Hi, everyone. I'd like to call to order today's meeting. It's a special meeting because it's starting a little bit early of the Planning and Transportation Commission for this Wednesday, August 14th, 2024. Our first order of business is roll call, please, Ms. Dow.
Chair Chang,
Here.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Here.
Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Suma,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, great. So do we have any public comment? I don't see anybody here.
I have no speaker cards or raised hands for
Okay, so our
oral
first order of business was public comment for items not elsewhere on the agenda, and it doesn't appear that there are any speakers. So we are going to move on to the next order of business, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Ms. French?
There are no changes beyond what was published on Monday, which was we moved the retail item first and the other two items second and third, or second, third, and fourth, rather.
Great. And then in case anybody is listening, another small change to the agenda is that the dark skies and bird-friendly design items were formerly one item. They've now been split into two items. We will still take them in that order. That is that first we will be discussing dark skies and then bird-friendly design. All right. Our next order of business is city official reports. Ms. French?
Thank you. I'll share my screen. One moment. Oops. What happened? Okay. Try that again. Okay, so let's see. Here we are. We have our upcoming meetings, which I will not be here. This is my final meeting. Are you able to hear me?
We are, but I think you might want to change the slideshow mode so that we're seeing one slide at a time and it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know what happened.
If you go to display settings and swap, that should do it.
Okay. Yay. That's never happened. Am I still sharing?
Nope, we can't see it.
All right, let's try this again. So sorry.
Perfect.
Okay, yay. So we're here tonight, and next meeting is August 28th. We have an Office of Transportation item, so I will be out of the country actually, and Mr. Baird will be the acting PTC liaison to help with that item and that meeting. And then for the following two meetings, we will have a different PTC liaison. We have a new person coming in September to take over the PTC liaison position. So that'll happen. And then so you can see that we are coming back at the end of September is our plan with the stream corridor ordinance. And then September 11th is the HIP targeted meeting, as well as 70 Encina, which is a housing project over behind Town and Country. And there's a number of items for October and November listed here. Oops. Well, I don't know what happened to that. Just a note, at pre-meeting, there was a question about, and I guess I can cover this under the retail item. So, you know, only pet salon is noted in our code as an allowed use. Or just described, but that's why I have it on my screen now. I'm going to stop sharing because it really belongs in the retail item. I think Raphael, is he there in person to give an overview of transportation in the recent report?
Yes, thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
Hi. Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I have
Can you
just a couple.
speak more closely to the microphone? It's hard for us to hear. Thanks.
Sorry, how's this?
Better.
Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation, with a couple of updates. In addition to what Amy mentioned for the August 28th, Nathan will also be bringing an update for the Palo Alto Link program. And a significant project update, Caltrans is going to begin their El Camino Real pavement project starting next Monday, August 19th, and they'll be starting at Sand Hill Road, progressing south in 1 mile segments. The parking along El Camino will be impacted starting Tuesday, September 3rd. Estimated completion date for the project is fall 2025, depending on weather and other factors along the way. Those are the only updates I have, unless you have any questions.
Commissioner Ackman?
Thank you. So first of all, Mr. Rios, it's really nice to see you in chambers. It's a treat for us, and we hope we see you here more often. I mean, it's great on Zoom, but when you come in person, it's even better. I had mentioned at the last couple of meetings, but not till the end of the meeting after you had departed, in looking at the incident reports, which you've now been providing us monthly through staff, which we appreciate. One of the things I've noticed is that those incident reports, while they identify whether or not somebody was injured in the last column of the incident report, they don't yet indicate whether the injury was significant or a fatality. Mm-hmm. And as we move forward with this street, I'm not sure I'm going to have the name right, street safe program, whatever it is, where our goal is to eliminate significant injuries and fatalities, that data is going to be necessary. And so I don't know if this was passed on to you, but what we'd like is if you can talk to I imagine it's the police department that releases these, whether they are able to add that column. And if they can't, I'd like an understanding at a future meeting of how we're supposed to track our improvement on those issues if we can't see the data.
Sure.
That KSI, right.
Okay. Definitely can put that request in for future reports.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, then.
I have, sorry, one more that I wanted to share a screen on my presentation that I skipped over. Okay, it was this one. This is just showing the council dates that are targeted for the items the PTC has reviewed. So unless these have changed recently, this is what I have on the crystal ball for council that the PTC member for September would be on deck for. And then John can tell you more about the council retail committee. I believe he's in chambers and that process. So, okay.
Okay, great. That's a great segue to our first item tonight, which is, sorry, I pull up the official. So our first item tonight is an action item, recommendation to the City Council Retail Committee to prioritize certain municipal code amendments related to retail and retail-like land uses, retail preservation ordinance, changes to office limits, parking regulations, and related development standards and application processes. Could we have the staff report?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. So we have our consultant MBI online to give a presentation over the recommendation, but I wanted to provide a little just context. I know the Commission has talked about this issue already and is quite aware of the topic. Just for the purposes of tonight and maybe more to help me plug into the conversation that you've already had. Just to remind ourselves that in August 2023, the City Council approved or endorsed a retail resiliency or recovery strategy, a comprehensive economic development strategy for the city. And that included a number of recommendations and including 3 principles. And it's principle 3, and I'm reading from my notes, that was an interest in and direction to adopt policies that reflect changing market conditions by easing the regulatory burden for businesses, removing outdated restrictions that create hurdles to tenancy, and focus retail and retail-like uses in places where they are market supported. And so it was in that sort of vein that work that the department was already addressing to improve our retail resiliency sort of came together. And then we had the recommendations from our consultant, Michael Baker International. Now, the commission has previously discussed these recommendations and made formed an ad hoc, and that was helpful to get a little bit more granular on some of the components that we were interested in advancing. And then there was a recommendation that was made by this body, I believe, that was going to be forwarded on to the City Council. After that moment, though, there was a City Council retail ad hoc committee meeting that took place, and it was very informative, for staff to hear that. But it was after the Planning Commission had taken it, Planning and Transportation Commission had taken its action. And the message really from that council ad hoc was we need to identify immediate, near-term, midterm, and long-term strategies. We need to be really specific on what it is that we're going to do to implement our economic development strategy. And when I was listening to that ad hoc meeting and reviewing the commission's work and our consultants' recommendations, I felt like we weren't quite going as far as we needed to achieve what the ad hoc was articulating as its desire and interest to advance the economic goals and strategies. So I had asked our consultant to take the recommendations that you have already seen and to prioritize them into short-term, near-term, midterm, and long-term strategies, and to be really specific on what changes we need to make to our regulatory framework and policies and procedures to address this guiding principle in the Street Sense report. And the consultant went back, added a little bit more specificity, and ranked these, I think it's 14 now, recommendations. And this is now what's being presented to the PTC. Our goal tonight is, to the extent that we're able, is to hear from the commission about which of these 14 items you believe we ought to advance and which ones maybe as a body you don't support moving forward. I fully understand that there are some policy recommendations here that diverge with our current policy understanding and interests, or at least as currently expressed in our policies. And maybe they're ripe for reassessment and reevaluation, or maybe not. And that's the sort of direction that we're looking for from the commission. We do not need to get to a level of, how are we actually going to implement this or solving the code language? That will come next. We just want to get the concept identified. And then with the PTC's recommendation, we would go to the retail ad hoc committee in September and get their reaction to the consultant's recommendation, the PTC's recommendation. We'll present the consultant's work and share the PTC's recommendation, and then get the ad hoc's recommendation for the City Council. And that, I don't know at this moment if that's an action item or a consent calendar item or how that takes place, but there's discussion one way or another, or some feedback that we would expect from the City Council after the retail ad hoc committee discussion in September. Okay, so that's just sort of the backdrop. Can I answer any questions maybe about sort of the process or why this is back before you again, before I ask our consultant to walk through the recommendations?
Just a clarification for me. So it's not so much that the consultant has made new recommendations, but they've organized it. Like they've organized the content of work that we've already seen, the body of work that we've already seen into these categories. And kind of, I do remember that the last time the consultant came, we were confused about what's a recommendation because the number of recommendations kind of didn't match. And
Right.
so it was just sort of to clean that up a little bit and organize it better.
Yes, and I think perhaps in some of the recommendations, there may be some new specificity added to articulate clearly what is meant by this general statement. And so we wanted to drill down a little bit more to give you some more context as to what was being proposed or contemplated.
Understood.
Okay.
Thanks. Other quick questions before we hear the presentation? Oh, Commissioner Aiken?
Yeah, just a clarification. Essentially, are you saying we should run through the recommendations and get a sense of whether the commission has consensus, yay or nay, or needs further work on each one?
Yeah, so fair question, and I'm sorry I wasn't a part of a pre sort of strategy meeting on this. I recognize that it could be, this could be a very long process or it could be a brief process depending on how we approach it. And so I think I guess what I'm interested in is understanding a couple things. One is, do you agree about, near term, midterm, long term? Just, I don't think there will be too much disagreement about that. And do you agree as to the specific recommendation that this is one that we ought to advance or not? And I think I would, so in that context, I think you could go either one of two ways, and you may want to deliberate on this for a moment. You could go one by one and get through the 14, and you can decide how long or how short you want to spend on each of those by quick, consensus building. Or you can start with does anybody want to pull one for discussion that differs from what the staff recommendation, or at least I want to distinguish, if you don't support one of the consultant recommendations on the 14, do you want to pull one of those off and have that discussion? So I think those are at least two options that you can consider.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead. We did discuss in pre-meeting that we're going to try and move quickly because there's not necessarily a ton of new in-depth content. And so let's hear the consultant presentation, and then we can discuss our process after that.
Thank you, Chair. Dan Weary, would you mind making your presentation?
Yeah, great. Let's see if we can get this up first try. So share should be sharing the screen, hopefully.
Yes, we see that.
Yay, okay. Great. Well, good evening. It's been a couple months. Nice to see you guys again. And as Jonathan and Amy kind of gave you as a preamble, and there isn't a lot new here. Again, it's kind of repackaged, reformatted. We put our recommendations kind of in an order of expediency and priority. We did provide a little bit more clarity and detail wherever we could. And in the slides that we'll show you, we also provided some kind of rationale notes to kind of reminder, why are we doing this or why are we recommending this? So just wanted to kind of jump right into it. I don't think we need a lot of exposition, but just wanted to there we go. Just kind of jump right in. So again, we had 14 or 15 recommendations. We tried to kind of float the ones that we know were consistent with the prior PTC and ad hoc recommendations in our discussions back in March and April and May. So without further ado, we've got in these slides kind of a summary of the recommendations. I can go over those just so we can kind of hit the headlines. And then we've got slides for each one that includes that rationale if we want to get into them further. So I think as Jonathan mentioned, it might be good, if we agree on them, we can kind of, just move those off. If there's things that we really want to pull, make a note of which one it is, and we can go to those and discuss those in more detail. And hopefully we can get through this quickly because I know you've got more agenda items after this. So number one was amend the parking regulations. And the purpose of this is really to exempt change of use of existing floor area from the minimum parking requirements. We kind of came to this as part of our discussions on the AB 2097 impacts on within a half mile of the rail where again, there's no enforcement of minimum parking requirements any longer. And then also kind of with the almost a compensation for the recommendation to remove the RPO from the downtown and Cal Ave areas. So this was a way to encourage and facilitate retail activity in the downtown and Cal Ave areas. And what it would do is basically allow, if you've got existing floor area, you can change the use without triggering additional parking requirements. So basically your parking needs are deemed met, and you can change from, let's say, an office, if it happened to be on the ground floor, to a more intensive use, which would normally trigger more parking and a whole scramble to find additional parking spaces. That would no longer be required. So this is a tool that's been used by many communities. It's becoming more and more popular, and it seems to be working quite well. So I'll kind of go through them. If you have any questions, we can come back to them, but maybe we can go through the 14 or 15 here. The other one I think there was consensus on was relax the retail, formula retail restrictions. There were basically two ideas there, and that was to limit it from all formula uses or all uses to just restaurant uses, and then ease the threshold standard to 10 any franchise or formula retail that has 10 or more within the United States to 50 or more. So it opens up the market a little bit. Still very restrictive. If you think of the entire United States, we're only talking about 50 businesses, so an average of one per state. But I think there was consensus and support for that, or at least a majority. Number 3 was repeal the retail preservation ordinance. And this is a little bit of refinement. So as we went back and talked about this after the May 8th meeting, I know there wasn't a lot of support for that. There was some concern about that. Generally, where we left off, as I recall, the idea was we've got too much retail and we've got too much vacant retail that's protected and restricted by the RPO. It can't go anywhere. You're stuck. And you can't put in alternative uses. And so this combination, the idea was we need to reduce or repeal the RPO to allow the free market to intervene. And I think the idea was keep the restrictions on ground floor retail on Cal Ave and downtown, and allow a kind of free market to adjust and rebalance in the other areas of town. When we went back and looked at it in more detail, it became clear that, we can just go ahead and repeal RPO as opposed to just limit it to Cal Ave and University Avenue, because Cal Ave and University Avenue have their own combining districts, the GF, the ground floor, and the retail combining districts. And that's really, as I understand it, that was really the impetus behind the RPO. It was really extending those restrictions to the rest of town back in circa 2015. So the idea would be basically go back to 2015, keep your ground floor and your retail combining districts on University and Cal Ave, and allow the market to kind of freely adjust in the rest of town. Number 4 was amend the parking regulations to extend the new AB 2097 exemptions to the 16 lots at the north end of the CDC zone in the downtown area. The problem is that half-mile corridor grabs the entire commercial district except for the very north end, and it just seemed that was a real inequity there to potentially require those property owners to comply with additional parking requirements where nobody else would have to, and their immediate neighbors in the exact same zoning and conditions. Number 5 was create a comparative zoning use table, also known as the what use where. That was circa 2005 or 2007, I think. And we had a kind of a working version of that we created for ourselves. And I know Amy and other staff have been working to actually do that already. So again, that's a great use, just so it's very clear what's allowed where. And that helps everybody. So these are all things that I think can be done very quickly. So we put them in the near term or within the next 6 months. Some of these could be done, very, very quickly. They're discrete items. They're not complicated as long as you can agree on that they should occur. So a few more near-term ones are revise the combining districts to allow practical waivers and adjustment via the alternative viable active use. There's provisions in the code now that have that as an alternative. This is an alternative to the kind of extreme standard for getting relief. And that's a finding of an unconstitutional taking, which is taking all economic rights. And that's almost impossible. And so it's an almost impossible standard. We don't think it's really an appropriate standard. So the idea is jettison that one, keep the one that allows alternative viable active uses. It's got some reasonable standards in there, although the standards themselves, the criteria are still very subjective. So it's, those subjective terms need to be worked on as well. But the concept is get rid of the unconstitutional taking and go with an alternative viable active use. Number 7 is allow non-retail uses on the ground floor with limitations. And the first one that we talked about, and I think there was support for this, was amend the retail or the retail-like definition based on the desired outcome. So right now it's all of this use and that use and only the certain sizes and combinations, and it's use specific in the definitions. And the idea is that uses and trends change. There's constantly new innovation and new ideas, and we want to allow that, but we want to allow it within the same sense and the same outcome or the same desired, which is really active uses on the ground floor and along the frontage of particularly Cal Ave and University Avenue. So we had proposed a definition before. It's been used in the city of San Diego. It seems to work. And we think we could easily amend that definition to include those provisions. Another short-term one is to allow non-retail uses on ground floor, again, with limitations, but this would include increasing the size limitations of certain uses to match industry standards. And we talked about increasing the commercial recreation and I think some of the other uses from, or maybe it's health fitness centers from 1,800 square feet to 3,000 square feet. That 3,000 square feet was pointed out in the retail revitalization study as being the industry standard. And there's really kind of no, rhyme or reason, conveyed as what the magic of 1,800 square feet was. And we don't see any real harm in going to 3,000. Still a relatively small use. So those were near-term items. We've got some midterm items starting with number 9. And the idea was to repeal or amend the office conversion and construction limitations. Office uses are not a realistic or significant threat of forcing out retail. That's how I think they were originally created. There was concern about being overwhelmed by, this kind of back office or Silicon Valley type office spaces, kind of consuming up everything. That doesn't seem to be a threat since there's almost 500,000 square feet of vacant office space now. Additionally, the office uses are great uses for supporting your retail uses. And we're obviously very aware of that now with the hybrid work schedules post-COVID, that we don't have as many office workers and we don't have as many customers for the nearby retail uses, particularly on University and Cal Ave. And another way to look at this one, I think we talked about this back in March and April and May, is this was kind of one of those traps that once you get into the RPO and you've got retail, it's hard to go back. You're stuck. I mean, the RPO says you cannot. In the ground floor and retail, you can do certain uses. They're subject to a conditional use permit. But there's also limitations on what are you going to go to. It might be office use, and an office use or similar type use might be appropriate. But there's these other limitations that might limit or prevent you from actually going there. So you might be restricted via the RPO, you might also be restricted by the office conversion and construction limitations. Similarly, number 10 is office related. This is particularly in the CN and CS districts. There's provision there that limits office uses to 5,000 square foot per lot. And one of the key problems there is it's just it's not proportionate, and therefore it creates a lot of inequities. You know, you could have a 5,000 square foot lot, could have 5,000 square feet of office. Great. You could have a 5-acre lot, and that 5-acre lot would be limited to the same 5,000 square foot of office, and that just doesn't seem useful or helpful. And particularly, again, in the consideration of the larger circumstances. So number 11 is amend parking regulations by reducing the minimum parking requirements and basing the standards on actual demand. Parking is down, it keeps going down. It's been going down for literally decades in terms of the average number of parking spaces per square foot. Yet most zoning ordinances are kind of locked in with standards that maybe go back to the 60s and 70s. So it's time for a reset. Relook at those, reset those. There's a lot of good ways to do that. Both ULI and ITE, Urban Land Institute of Transportation Engineers, publish recommended standards. They're adjusted for the regions, by uses, by type of area. Those are a really good starting point. And then again, you can do your own studies and analyses. That's the best way to go. Again, good thing to do. General recommendation, doesn't take too long and can make big differences because parking is a major restriction on most new uses. Number 12, amend the parking regulations, and this is what I mentioned earlier, to implement the AB 2097 exemption of minimum parking requirements, exemption of the minimum parking requirements within half mile. This is really just codification. We already talked about it before, and I think we do. Extending it to those final 16 uses at the north end of the CDC zone. So this is just a straight up codification to make sure it's clear in your code to staff and applicants and the public what the provisions are. The last few here, mid to long term, amend standards for retail, standards for specified retail uses by replacing requirements for conditional use permits with objective standards and performance criteria. So there's increased certainty, predictability, and shorter approval processes and timelines. So again, basically take out the conditional use permit. It doesn't seem necessary. I think there was concurrence and agreement on a lot of uses that, hey, we're better off letting these things happen than, having the unpredictability and forcing them to this other process, which in many cases just discourages people from even making an application altogether. And the last one's amend the parking regulations to include the ordinance to unbundle parking from residential development. Again, in accordance with AB 1317 passed last October. And that again is a straight up codification of state law. So uses going forward, I believe starting this January, it's coming January, will be a requirement that any residential development will have to offer parking separately. So if you want to rent an apartment or buy a unit, you can buy that or rent that unit or buy or rent that unit by itself without parking. So that's a new requirement. So again, that's just straight up codification. And the last one, that used to be our first one, that I think threw everybody off, is the longer term one, the bigger effort, which is the comprehensive zoning ordinance update. It's time, it needs a lot of work. And we talked about certain things you could do in the short term to get started, maybe take it down in smaller bites, make some improvements and some adjustments. So because it can be a long effort. So there's different ways that you can take it chapter by chapter. And the one thing that we talked about is kind of the what uses where approach. Just even doing those comparative use tables and development standard tables for that matter, really help you understand the zoning at a deeper level and understand, what the differences are and where, and also often points out, you'll see differences that you kind of don't know why they're there. Why is it allowed in this area and not that area? And if they don't understand it, then that might be a good indication that it might be appropriate for review and possible change and update. So happy to go back to any of these. I'll just point out that we do kind of have slides of each one that includes some additional rationale. I think these were distributed to you earlier, so hopefully you've seen these, and we're happy to discuss any or all of these.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wary. What I thought we would start with is clarifying questions, and then we'll see if there's any public comment, and then we'll discuss process, if that's okay with the rest of the commission. So clarifying questions for staff or Mr. Wary. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Mr. Weary, or actually maybe this is better addressed to staff. Consultant recommendation for amend parking regulations. There's a note at the end of the staff report discussion of that says the council is expected to have a discussion on AB 2097 on 2 days ago, on Monday of this week, which may also inform this discussion. And I'm wondering if council did discuss 2097 and there's some additional information we should consider when we think about number 4.
Great. Thank you for the question. No, unfortunately, the agenda was too many items and discussion was pretty rich on Monday, so they didn't have a chance to get to the topic. So I think this probably comes back to them in September or October for their discussion.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So it's a question regarding the 14th recommendation, which talks about amending parking regulations as it relates to residential properties. So I'm wondering why that's even in here, since this is supposed to be about retail. Is there something that I am missing that is directly related to retail with respect to this recommendation?
No, not really. Yeah, I think that came up because we, toward the tail end of the study and the work, we were asked to look at the impacts and implications of AB 2097. So that's kind of where that came up, and it just kind of was a natural extension. The extent of the relevance probably is that is residential friendly. It will hopefully allow more uses, more flexibility, and that in turn may lead to some more residential infill and possibly redevelopment within the areas, and therefore maybe provide some additional customers and support for the retail activity. So it's, yeah, if you want to ignore that one, that's fine.
Okay, it seems peripheral and not directly related to what has been agendized.
I might note that for mixed use developments, it could have some practical use if a mixed use project were proposed.
Okay. All right. So, sorry about that. Commissioner Rickall.
Yeah, in the staff report, at the very end, we have these special use examples. And when I look at them, they all currently seem acceptable. The Palo zoning would allow them. Am I missing something?
Yes. I have a slide to show you, which is, stop another screen sharing. I don't want to do that, I suppose. I'll just say what it is. Let's keep it on there.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's right. No, that's fine. Okay, I'll share. So we had in the May 8th, presentation, we had this, right? We had the May 8th package that you had all of the, a table that showed where, sort of a what use where, if you will. And it's clear that in some places a CUP is required, and other places it's permitted, and other places it's not noted, so it's not allowed. So what we did for tonight with these fun uses, we're calling them, is the pet salon is the only one that's kind of addressed in our code, in the use classifications, definitions and such. The other ones are not. So our consultant prepared this table to share on these fun uses, you know, how that lays out. So no, you can't do a pottery without a CUP. For instance, the pottery Color Me Mine. I'll just call out that one. And I see Carrie has her
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that there is a definition, right, in Title 18 that covers a retail-like use, which is any use generally open to the public during typical business hours and predominantly engaged in providing services closely related to retail services, including but not limited to a huge laundry list of things. And then in our RPO, it specifically refers to allowing retail-like uses. So although it doesn't prescriptively identify all of the things that are on the fun list, it doesn't prohibit those either. So I think, because I just remember that as a part of the retail ad hoc, we specifically asked the question, what is disallowed by our code, and had a very hard time coming up with anything except for maybe one or two examples. I think it was a cafe combined with a, I'm trying to remember now.
Probably financial services.
Maybe cafe.
Yeah, the bank coffee shop, I would just throw that out there. I mean, that we require CUP for financial, you know, services.
Yeah, so that might be one of the examples.
Tutoring also.
Oh, maybe tutoring or something like that. But there were
some other ones. Medical retail starts to be, you know, we've had, anyways, it would be hard to walk in at the counter and have somebody say, yeah, here you go, here's your use and occupancy for many of these.
Okay, that's helpful. Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to let you know I joined at 6:05, rejoined.
Thank you. And Commissioner Templeton has had to leave for just cause reasons. And so I believe we have to confirm that you are by yourself in the room.
I am in an empty room.
Great, thank you. All right.
Okay, so.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Rectal, go ahead and follow up.
So you can open a bank in a retail, you just need a CUP, and you can open a coffee shop in a retail. So you're just combining two uses that are approved. Is this fund list meant to say, we want to implement this bank coffee shop idea without a CUP? Is that what's going on?
So I'll take a first cut, Amy, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I actually think it's more of a challenge when we have two uses that we don't see as both being permissible in the code, at least by right. And so the financial institutions, the bank or something like that, is generally not allowed in the GF or the R combining district. But if you add the cafe to it and it creates more sort of vibrancy and a reason for people to come in, that is what we're suggesting might be an okay thing to allow. But right now our code would create a challenge for the financial institution to locate on the ground floor. Other examples that involve gathering or where people would come in and either do something along with some other use, it might trip the recreation or a similar type of land use designation that might be considered requiring a conditional use permit. And so I think what we're trying to, I will acknowledge the fund list is that's a fun term, and the first I've seen it here presented. But I think the idea is that there's a combination of uses that could work together, and where they're all permitted, that's fine. But where one of the uses is a conditional use or not something that is neatly within the retail or retail-like use, either by CUP or by definition as a permitted use, that's where we get a challenge. And this provision is to take a look at that and marry those together so that we don't have to have a regulatory process and that we can be clear about, saying, yes, this is the type of thing that we want to see encouraged.
Okay, so today, if you wanted to open, let's say a dentist office and a candy shop together, right? If this was allowed, if you had a location where the dentist office was allowed, you could do that today, right?
If you had a place where medical was allowed, and you wanted to add a retail component, one could do that.
Okay, but if it was just that this was a retail location, you could open your candy shop there, but you couldn't do the candy shop and the dentist office side by side or together. Right?
Dental office is considered medical office. So,
Okay.
yeah, so that's a problem.
Okay, and so this is proposed.
To have the dental and the candy
Yes.
together, but we'll skip that.
Good idea.
Yeah.
So what we're saying here is that we wanted to have that dental office and candy shop be able to go into either location, or we're just saying this is something that needs to be investigated, or
What we're saying is we want to allow uses that have a synergy about them and contribute to people walking into the space. I don't know that I would have drawn, the example that you have drawn, but should that be something that, along those lines, we want to shift the definition to be more about what we're trying to accomplish, which is more people walking and wanting to go into different stores, even if the totality of that space is not geared strictly toward retail. There might be another component that it could be used for something else. And that might make it more attractive for a landlord or a future tenant to carve out spaces that inspire that sort of, engagement with the street face.
okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that point, which is, I do remember discussing here multiple times already when both here as well as in ad hoc, about our desire to move towards kind of goals-based, our legislation having goals-based, right? And we want the foot traffic. If this is a place where people gather and they have foot traffic and it's open to all, I'm kind of summarizing from what I remember. These were things that we were generally supportive of. My clarifying question is, so we see this list of quote unquote fun uses, or these really kind of more unique uses, and interesting uses that would attract people. And then we also have these 15 recommendations. I'm trying to draw the line between which of these recommendations we think specifically will enable more of this, because unless I don't remember correctly, was there a recommendation of the 15 that specifically talked about having kind of more goals-based definition? Because that was something that the ad hoc discussed, as well as the PTC.
Right. I think that would get captured in an amended definition of retail. Defining what retail and retail-like is would be changed to achieve the goals, and then it would have a couple of illustrative examples without the intent to be all-encompassing.
Prescriptive, right? Understood. Okay, thank you. That helps, because then I think the confusion for me, at least looking at this, was, wait, are we saying that we can't have any of these right now? Because if we don't implement all of these recommendations, we're disallowing them right now. And it's not quite as cut and dry as that, but it would, but implementing at least this change in definition item would make it easier for some of these more unique and new uses, fun uses, to be implemented, hopefully.
Yeah, and can I just add to that? Because practically speaking, when a broker or a tenant comes to the counter and they have a question like this, it's not easily answered. And we take it in, they talk to a supervisor. If it's still not clear, we'll bring it to a bigger team of folks. We may, they may get me involved in the discussion. If I'm scratching my head, I may, ask the attorneys for their input. And so weeks could transpire before we can give somebody an answer as to whether or not this fun use is allowed or not.
Right. Thank you. I think the clarification for which recommendation it applies to is very valuable, because the retail protection ordinance specifically doesn't disallow that, but it's our retail definition as a whole that is more problematic with respect to the issue of not allowing these combined uses.
The current RPO standards may constrain some of it, but not entirely.
Okay, thank you.
And again, just to put a fine point on this, these were just sample uses. This, it's illustrative of the future. We haven't imagined the next uses that will come across.
Understood. Okay.
And if I may, recommendation number 7 was 7.1. If you look at it at the top of the slide, I'm not sure if I'm sharing my screen, but that is what we talked about, that amending the definition of retail-like definition 125.1 to include this additional phrase. So you could add that in, and that would presumably open up the fund uses.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Suma?
Your questions sort of answered my questions. So I
Great.
don't think I don't know how fun all of these look. And most of them we have allowed at times. And some of these, like we always, before, we had paint your own ceramic studios, more than one. It's just probably that they weren't financially viable in Palo Alto. I don't know what rule we have that prohibits small handmade items. So they just seem kind of, we restrict retail like medical in general, but we've always allowed eyeglass stores with eyeglass professionals, eye professionals. Build your own birch box. That's just selling, that's cosmetics. I mean, it's just regular retail. So, and we do allow pet salons. And I had no idea what a bank coffee shop was, to be honest. But so that's kind of covered by, but it kind of, I do think we should have a generalized definition of retail that allows for something that isn't one of these things specifically. As to how long it takes, well, this is more of a comment, so I'll leave it for
All right,
later.
I don't see other clarifying questions, please, commissioners. So we should take public comment and then we can discuss how we want to get through these 15 recommendations. Are there any
Yes, we have one online from Winter.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead with Ms. Dellenbach.
Comment. Okay, I have to confess, and I'm so sorry. I'm cranky about this. And here are my reasons. First, I want to talk about this fun stuff. I'm busy. Everybody I know is busy. We want to get stuff done. We want to pick up the cleaning. We want to go over to Piazza's and shop for groceries, run over to Mitchell Park, pick up our library books, on and on and on. I don't need to be entertained. If I want to have fun, I go to the beach, I buy an ice cream cone, I go see my grandkids in town. There's fun, and then there is getting on with your life. And I just think this fun thing, even though I kind of get it at the high concept, there's something about it that's a little cringy, embarrassing, and maybe off the point. And I'm sorry, I sound like the cranky old lady, but that's how I feel. So then moving on. So there've been two I'm calling them magnet areas picked out. University Avenue, Cal Avenue. Yeah, I get that, our shopping areas. And I love Cal Avenue. I wish it weren't close, but I get that. But in just designating those, you've just thrown the whole rest of us that happen to live in a walkable neighborhood under the bus. So I was told about 2 months ago, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that my area, I live in Barron Park. So like think El Camino south of Oregon Expressway, Ventura on one side, Barron Park on the other side, and we have a zillion little shops. And those little shops, for the most part, they don't look like, the fancy pantsy places on University Avenue. And guess what? They don't need to, because what they do is they provide good practical services. And a couple of the restaurants are central to our community. One of them is Driftwood Market that's been there for 20 some years. It's going to be wiped out by the huge development planned in its place, and the Taqueria. And Driftwood Market is a gathering place for blue collar workers, white collar workers, for students from Gunn, for the locals. Everybody gathers there, and same with the Taqueria. And it is such a relief, at least I feel it, from a lot of the Palo Alto vibes, which is much more shishi, and yet there's delicious food here. And I just hate it that we're just by intention ignored. I heard a couple months ago that along there has the lowest vacancy rate of all of the retail in Palo Alto, lowest vacancy rate. And yet we're being ignored. Of course, Midtown's being ignored. I don't know about Edgewood. So we used to prize walkable neighborhoods, and we clearly don't care anymore. The market, as they say, is a dumb beast. And the market is not going to do anything for us here in the area, Ventura, Barron Park area, in terms of useful retail. It just won't. Not really useful retail. Finally, we need sensible retail protections that include Palo Alto. I spent about 3 or 4 years, a lot of my life, working on ground floor retail protection in Barron Park, Ventura area, working with code enforcement to protect what we have and to work on some more. And so I do know something about this, and I attended the whole discussion about retail protection that went on numbers of years ago about ground floor retail and all that. So I do have some sense of this. So I just want to close by, on the one hand, thanking you very much for, we need to consider this. I just can't intuitively handle the thought that we would encourage more office space. So, oh, well, we could have more office space by retail. Yeah, we can have more empty office space by retail, rather than office workers using retail services. I want to say that. And I just think that given that South Palo Alto and El Camino, San Antonio is going to be kind of sacrificed to overwhelming development, we at least should be able to have sensible, usable, not high-end retail here to continue a walkable neighborhood. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there further public comments?
No, just the one.
Okay, great. So back to the commission now for discussion. And so I'm going to throw a proposal out there for how we attack this because we're trying to not have a meeting that goes to midnight tonight. Since there's not necessarily new things that we haven't heard about, I suggest that we treat this sort of the way the council treats a consent calendar. And if we could go down the line and my proposal is that I will talk, say recommendation number 1. And if anybody would like to discuss it further, like would not vote yes on it, then raise your hand. And then we can see where we are after we go through the 15 to see, because I think some of these are non-controversial and we agree. And then some of them, somebody may disagree. So if we could do that, then we can circle back and decide, we'll see how many we have to discuss. Does that make sense? I'm seeing nods from my colleagues. Okay, so let's start with number 1. And Mr. Wary, it would be helpful if you could just flash up like the detail slides as we go through them really quickly. So number 1 is amend parking regulations to allow / exempt change of use / conversion from parking.
Not sharing screen yet.
Sorry, I thought I was all set and I muted myself. So here we go.
Oh, Commissioner Templeton, you have your hand raised and I didn't see it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are we supposed to vote on this? I thought this was.
All we're doing is we're going to raise hand for each item. I'm just going to go through the 15 items really quickly. Anything you support, do not raise your hand. Anything that you would like to discuss more or do not support, raise your hand.
Okay, so it's not really a vote at this point.
No, it's not a vote. It's just a vote for, it's an indication of whether we can just fly past something quickly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first item is to, okay, so it's to allow changes of use or exempt changes of use or conversion of existing floor area to retail or retail-like uses from minimum parking requirements. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, so this is really just trying to create a similar parking standard for interchangeable uses.
Yes.
So does this mean that we don't require additional parking spots when there's a change of use?
Right. It would be to facilitate the transition from one land use to another, regardless of the, it would treat it as the same parking standard, kind of like downtown where everything's a 1 to 200 parking ratio. We don't even look, you don't have the conversation about parking downtown because everybody's got the same parking standard.
Right, so
So
it
we would
would,
say for retail and retail-like uses, or however it's defined under the retail definition, those would be interchangeable uses, and a restaurant would not require more parking than a pottery store or, a shoe store.
so it would put the whole city like downtown is currently.
It would say for retail and retail-like uses only.
And so just to remind my colleagues also, this was one of the items that the retail ad hoc thought was one of the quick hits and supported. Okay, so if you would like to discuss this one further, raise your hand, or would like to vote against it, raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing nothing for that one. All right. The second potential recommendation is to relax the formula retail restrictions. And again, we discussed this at length at our last several times this has come
Next
before
slide,
us.
please.
Next slide, please.
Sorry.
So raise your hand if you would like further discussion on this item. I'm not seeing anything for this one. Great. The third one, repeal the retail preservation ordinance. So we definitely all want to discuss that one. Number 3. The fourth item is to amend parking regulations to extend AB 2097 to the entire CDC zone. Raise your hand if you would like to discuss that item further. Okay, we've got a raised hand. Number 5, create comparative zoning use table. Revise the what use where handout. Raise your hand if you would like to discuss that item further. No, nobody is raising their hand for that one. Okay, the sixth one is revise chapter 18.30, combining districts to allow practical waivers and adjustments. Would anybody like to discuss that further? Okay, I've got a raised hand. Thank you. Number 7 is to allow non-retail uses on ground floor with limitations. I've got a raised hand for that one. Number 8, allow non-retail uses on ground floor with limitations, part 2. This is the one that's specifically about increasing the fitness, spa, and exercise facilities floor area for a cup from 1,800 to 3,000. Would anybody like to discuss that item further? Yes, Doria does. Okay, oh, sorry, Commissioner Suma would like to. Number 8. Okay. Number 9, repeal or amend office conversion and construction limitations. Raise your hand. Okay. Number 10, amend 18.16.50 office use restrictions. Raise your hand if you would like to discuss that further. All right. We have lots of raised hands for that one. Number 11 was amend parking regulations. Raise your hand if you would like to discuss it further. Lots of raised hands for that one. Number 12, another amend parking regulations. It's to implement AB 2097. Would anybody like to discuss that?
I have a question.
Let's just take that question quickly. Do you have a question about it? About
I
what
would
it
like
means?
to discuss further our concern about how it's implemented.
Understood. Okay. We'll,
I don't know if that's okay for this.
no, that's fine. Okay. The 13th item is standards for specific retail uses. This is about adjusting cup approval criteria. Would anybody like to discuss this further? I don't see anybody. Okay. Yay. One that we don't have to discuss further. Number 14 is amend parking regulations. And this is a long-term recommendation about AB 1317. Would anybody like to discuss it further? Yes, we have one person. Right. Okay, and then number 15, a comprehensive zoning ordinance update. Would anybody like to discuss that recommendation further? Hooray, we all agree on the difficult long-term recommendation. All right, so I think there are maybe 4 out of the 15 recommendations that we could skip. 5. Okay, great, thank you. So why don't we quickly memorialize that with a vote and just say, if you'd like to make a motion, Commissioner Heckman?
Sure. I will move that the PTC recommend to council consultant recommendations 1, 2, 5, 13, and 15 in our August 14th staff packet.
I second. Is there any additional discussion with it? Yes, Commissioner Rectal.
No, I was gonna second.
Oh, okay. I just seconded it.
Yep.
All right. Then let's, Ms. Dow, could you take the vote on that, please?
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we are left with what to do with the remaining 10 items. Again, I'm going to make a proposal, and my goal is not to cut off discussion. So if anybody disagrees with me, I welcome the disagreement. My thought is that we have had a lot of discussion about all of these recommendations already. There is perhaps some new, like a modification to the recommendation or some new information presented in these recommendations. I'm hoping that we can limit our discussion to the new component if any commissioner thinks that there is something new, and then take a vote on the item. But I don't know if I am being too optimistic about the amount of discussion. So that's what I'm hoping to do, because I don't want to have the discussion over again when we've already had these discussions, but I'm also not sure how practically possible it is to do this. So thoughts, colleagues?
That sounds like a great plan, and I will try to stay disciplined to it.
Other thoughts? Commissioner Suma?
So we're going to vote on these without discussion, or?
No, we'll discuss that anything that seems
New about
it. We can and we will definitely get the chance to speak to our no votes, because I think it's important to capture that.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to not relitigate everything that we've done in something like 3 or 4 PTC meetings. 7. I'm told we've discussed these things 7 times. Okay, so I'm not seeing lights from any other of my colleagues, so I'm hoping we can move pretty rapidly through these. All right, so we're going to go back to recommendation number 3. And again, Mr. Wary, if we could toggle back to that. So this is repealing the retail preservation ordinance. Is there anything about this that anybody thinks is new that they would like to raise right now? Otherwise, I think we can just vote on it, and then we can speak to our no votes.
I just want to get Mr. Weary to go to the detail slide, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll wait.
Sure.
Okay, I am seeing a light from Commissioner Heckman, please.
Thank you. While I like the strategy, I do want to start with sort of a prefatory comment for all of these things that we're about to maybe discuss that are left on the table. And that is, I think here that overall that we really need to go bold. I think that our retail environment is really in bad shape right now. It doesn't make sense that it should be, given the affluence of our population and the supposed overbalance of workers coming to our community every day, but it is. And so I think we need to take some bold steps. The RPO was a bold step in its day, and it worked until it didn't. And so the way I'm thinking about these items as we go through them is we should be essentially stepping toward, but not to, deregulation. And if, as we move forward, we see unintended consequences, then we amend to deal with them rather than assume upfront that these consequences will happen and limit our change to not allow it. So that's my preface. And incidentally, I am comfortable with the timing breakdown presented in the staff report, the near term, midterm, and long term. I think all that's fine. I do want to talk about the RPO briefly, and I guess my new point, if you will, or concept is I think it's outlived its usefulness, but I worry about the message that would be sent if we just repealed it. Instead of doing that, I want to float the idea that we retain that section of the code, but basically rewrite it so it's really just a policy statement of the importance of retail in this community. And maybe parts of that are in I haven't read the RPO in so long, maybe parts of that are in the existing preface, but we can rewrite that to state the importance and then direct people from there to our GF and our provisions elsewhere in the code as examples of efforts to protect retail. So that's kind of the idea I wanted to float, is it would get rid of the restrictions that are in the RPO but retain the concept that we do want to protect our retail.
Commissioner Suma.
So I also had a broad kind of generalized statement for this area or idea, and it wouldn't be the same, but basically, I do not want to limit the success of the retail areas to downtown and California Avenue. I think it is inherently a bad idea to not serve the rest of the community, and I think it's remarkably unfair. So, and I want to point out that building more office is antithetical to helping property owners that have office now that has been vacant for a while. And at some point, things are going to catch up with them financially and they won't be able to bear these vacancies. So I think that's another issue. I also think that some of the things that the Director Late brought up as being problems were processing or procedural problems of what happens at the development center. And while I know we're constantly always trying to improve those things, those are not going to get improved by relaxing regulations, that problem. And then I would say that the other thing that none of this will address is what most retailers in my experience complain about in Palo Alto, and the reason most of them leave is the high prices of rentals per square foot in this community. So it's a question of whether getting rid of regulations is going to exacerbate the retail flight from our community or help it. And I don't think government moves fast enough to respond quickly if it starts to really hurt it. We need retail, maybe we need less, and I think it is wrong to build more office under any of these scenarios. So I'm surprised we don't have more members of the public here tonight, but I think that Ms. Dellenbach covered all these things. And I also think there is a reason for regulations and CUPs, and sometimes that is to specifically regulate the number of type of business so we don't get too many of those. And so CUPs have their place too. That said, I would broadly like to redefine our description of retail and retail-like so it doesn't prohibit anybody from walking in with a great new idea. Hopefully, it's not sleeping pods, but to our development center and ask to do it. So that's kind of how I'm approaching this.
Okay, I do have a comment about this one, or a thought, which is that what's in the staff report, which says that notes that the PTC agreed that the RPO is not needed beyond University and California Avenues, is not something that I remember being the case. I think that we may have said that we would only want to keep the RPO as exactly as it is currently written for University and California Avenues, but I'm not even sure we said that. I think we had agreement that the RPO could use some tweaking, at least, if not, you know, I think at a minimum tweaking, and I think that some folks were in favor of repealing it entirely, but I don't think that statement is correct. All right. With that, I don't see hands or lights, so why don't we vote with respect to this? I guess we need a motion, or how do we want to handle this? Just a vote on the record.
I would just do a quick motion vote on that and see how it goes.
I move that we accept, or we recommend to council option number 3.
Or you could do it in the reverse if you don't recommend it, I suppose. Okay, keep it the way. All right. Now we need a second though for that.
Second.
Great. We're seconding it. Okay. Ms. Dow, could you?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Is the motion to recommend to council
Number 3.
the consultant's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Dow, could you please take the vote?
Chair Chang,
No.
Vice Chair Recto,
No.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
I'm not sure we could hear that.
Oops. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay. Would anybody like to speak to their no votes? Did you have a light? Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of this has been covered already. There are a lot of relaxations and technical updates that should be made, and the consultant has covered many of those. But we did go over this in great detail and decided, at least in my understanding, that there's not an obvious correlation between RPO and lack of retail vitality. The ad hoc in particular went over this in considerable detail and recommended minor changes, but overall the retention of the RPO. So that's the basis for my vote.
Would anybody else like to speak to their no vote? Okay, I would like to speak to my no vote, which is that I would not feel comfortable repealing the RPO without protecting some of our really vibrant other non-university, non-Cal Ave retail areas. And so that is why I voted no. I do think that there is a lot that we can do to make it more flexible. And so if there were a substitute motion that were to, you know, look at modifying it, that I would support.
Chair, I'm just wondering why did we just push, if you guys need to make changes, we would have voted on that.
I think the challenge is that, so we can certainly do that. We can certainly do that. My understanding is that this is going to be presented to the to the council ad hoc, and that what we needed to do, and we needed to provide some additional information at a more granular detail with our votes than we had done at the last meeting.
Yeah, I
Staff?
feel like I missed out on part of the ad hoc committee's discussion and would be interested in supporting it, finding a way to get all on the same page. However, if you think that this will be presented with your ad hoc recommendations to the city council's ad hoc, then that would be fine too. I don't know what your plan is, but if you put all that work into it, I think we want to hear it.
I just want to note that because that motion failed, we do need another motion that will pass.
Okay, thank you. So would somebody like to make so basically we need to make a motion to not recommend this, or a motion to recommend that the RPO be modified.
So that means for each recommendation, we have to have some type of motion that passes.
Correct. It sounds like that's the case.
Right. The PTC needs to make a recommendation, which it hasn't done so far on this item. Right. There was a proposal to make one type of recommendation and that failed, but we don't know actually what recommendation the PTC would make.
I can take a stab at making a motion. So I move that the PTC recommend to council that we do not wholesale repeal the retail preservation ordinance, but that we look at making some modifications to it. And I'm not going to specify what those would be.
Second.
Do we have additional discussion on this motion?
If you want to include your ad hoc committee's report, do we want to review that and kind of attach it to this, or what's the best way to get your thoughts aired?
Commissioner Rectal, did you have a thought about that?
Is that agendized to attach a report?
I don't think it has to be one way or the other, but if the PTC would like us to attach a report, and I think that the last time this came before us, there was a motion that we put a report together and forward that to council.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we need to make that motion again though, because we can still do that.
Yeah, but we haven't seen it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So I think that's the, could I get some guidance from staff on this?
Yeah, I think
Because if we have to see it, then we have to all discuss it again, correct?
if you have to see, I don't know about the report, the ad hoc report, if that's what you're referring to.
Well,
But,
what
but
we had
maybe I can answer
agreed.
the question another way.
Sure.
This is good. I don't want us to feel like we have to get bogged down and try to have everything nailed down. Staff would probably make a recommendation where we have a 4-3 vote to have a discussion with the ad hoc to explore it further, because there's some uncertainty as to how we would want to proceed. And I think all we want to do is know, should we proceed down this path to look at the first motion with the 5, we'll have strong support. For ones that we don't have strong support, that's going to require more analysis, and we can take a look at that. So even if you vote against it or support it, and if it's a 4-3, to me, that tells me that we need to have more community conversation about that. And it would come back to you again, assuming that the council supported that notion, to really get into the details. So the fact that we're not quite settled on it is actually good direction for us, because we know that we got some more work to do on that to vet it out. So I'm comfortable, and again, not knowing what the other report is, I think we're good with this motion that you've laid out, and it'll either pass or it won't. It may be a 4-3. You may get more support behind it, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily will agree with the ordinance that ultimately comes before you. There's a lot to be worked out between now and then.
Right, great. Okay, then based on staff guidance, I'm just gonna keep my motion as it is, just to keep us going, given that it will come back to us if there actually is an RPO change. All right. Is there further discussion? All right.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Wouldn't this be quicker if we made all the motions in the affirmative way? The second one was done? I mean, do we have to take two votes on each one?
No, I don't. I think that's what we learned in this one. I think going forward, there will be affirmative votes.
Okay.
Well, we don't know which way the commissioners will vote.
Affirmative votes depending on which, yeah, you kind of have to read the room, I guess, a little bit to know which way the motion's going to go.
Well, since we've done this one, let's finish it off and then we can adjust our process. Okay, Ms. Dow, could you take the vote, please?
Commissioner Liu,
Abstain?
Commissioner Suma,
Can someone restate the way it was stated, please?
I believe that my motion, yeah, please, thank you.
I have a motion to look further at changes to the retail preservation ordinance.
But to not repeal it wholesale.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 601.
Okay, now we need to go faster than this. So let's try and I think we have to make affirmative, I think it makes most sense to make affirmative motions. And if we need to, then.
But I think that's only going to happen where a majority of the people don't like here, majority didn't want to repeal the RPO.
Okay.
I don't know that we have a majority not liking any of the other items. We have people wanting to talk about it.
Right. That's why I think that we can continue to make affirmative motions. Yes.
Meaning when you say affirmative, you mean move the consultant recommendations.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. So let's move on to the next one. So it's recommendation number 4, which is to amend the parking regulations to extend the AB 2097 to the entire CDC zone. So light them up if you wanted to discuss this one. I am seeing no light. So Commissioner Suma, would you like to say something about this one?
No, I do not support this because I do not think it is necessary. And I don't think we've resolved the very serious issues that we have with how ADA and EVSE, but mostly ADA, accessible parking spots are handled under this scenario. And I don't feel like we have also established clearly how we calculate the half mile.
Okay.
And in case this law is repealed at the state level, I think we should not extend it. I think it's messy to extend it to other portions where it doesn't have to be imposed.
All right. Other discussion? Would somebody like, oh yeah, Commissioner Rectal?
Would we write this so that if 2097 was repealed, this also would be repealed?
Yeah, I think we would certainly do that. And, of course, again, the council understanding Commissioner Suma's comments, I think those are all things that we're going to be discussing with the city council in a couple of months. And depending on that outcome, I think that may influence what happens here. Again, we're just talking about 16 properties at this point to create parity within the downtown parking assessment district, and whatever the council decides we want to do to address the comments that Commissioner Suma raised presumably would also apply to these 16 properties as well, or not if this motion doesn't go forward.
So I move that PTC recommend to council that they accept the consultant recommendation number 4.
I would second it if I can make a small amendment to that. Okay, so my suggested amendment would be, and that however council decides to implement 2097 with respect to the rest of the CDZ zone would be applied to those 16 parcels as well. Specifically with our concerns to ADA and EVSE parking.
I accept that.
Okay, then I'll second. A discussion for, okay, Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, this was really on the point of whether if 2097 goes away, this should go away too. We don't have an ordinance tonight. So I think that's the kind of thing we don't have to discuss on these remaining issues, recognizing that when we do have a draft ordinance that comes back to us, that's the kind of point we can bring up then. And that shorten things tonight maybe a little bit. So I'm supportive of the motion.
Okay. I don't see other lights, so let's take the vote on this one.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your no vote, Commissioner Suma?
No, I think I already did.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go on to number 6, which is to revise 1830, the combining districts, to allow practical waivers and adjustments. And so if you wanted to discuss this item, light it up. Commissioner Blue.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm how this overlapped with another section of 18.30 about permitted uses on Cal Ave, about how beauty shops, nail salons, barbershops, so on, were not along permitted. So would this flexibility apply to that part of the Cal Ave permitted uses as well?
If I'm understanding the question, Commissioner Liu, you're asking, would a use that is specifically prohibited in Cal Ave be allowed to take advantage of this alternative use, whatever the language is that we're using here, some kind of adjustment?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I would not extend it to that. I think if the code and Albert Yang can correct me if I'm wrong, but if the code is specific in saying we do not want these uses, we would not then allow that use to get in approved through this process.
Okay, got it. That was my only comment and question here. We did talk about those specifically called out uses that were not allowed on Cal Ave, and I don't think they're otherwise addressed in these recommendations. So I think it's still just worth noting as a little bit of craft that we could also think about cleaning up. Potentially as a separate recommendation, maybe council can consider it, or potentially, though I wouldn't want this to be long-term, potentially this could also be part of the long-term cleanup as well. So just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody like, I'm not seeing lights, so would anybody like to make a motion regarding this recommendation?
I move that the PTC recommend to council that they accept the consultant's recommendation number 6.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. I have a light now. Oh, okay. Ghost light. Any other discussion on this? All right, Ms. Dow, please take the vote.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Wonderful. Now we're moving on to recommendation number 7, which is to allow non-retail uses on ground floor with limitations. And it's to create a more flexible retail-like definition. and use tables to allow non-retail uses at non-street facing locations on side streets when vacancy exceeds 10% subject to limits. Light them up. Okay, we've got Commissioner Aiken and Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair. There is a lot that's good in this recommendation, supporting the more flexible definition of retail-like uses and uses on side streets. The primary objection I have here is context-dependent rules. So new rules that change the behavior of approval depending on other properties that are nearby, either their types of uses or vacancy rates. If what we're after is to add predictability and certainty to the process, that's exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. So that's my primary objection.
Commissioner Suma?
I had a similar sort of a feeling about this one, and that the first part, it's made up of two parts, is good because it's broadening our description of retail and retail-like, but that the second part is not acceptable.
Given that it sounds, based on my recollection of prior conversations here, that it's two parts that are, one part is going to be broadly supported by the commission and the second part may not be. Would somebody like to make a motion that might split it into two?
The problem with splitting it into two is I think we have to be careful about how we split it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you say that, for example, retail could be 90% non-retail and 10% retail, then you're really undermining your retail. But if it ends up being 50-50 or you have some more reasonable split, then you aren't necessarily undermining retail. So the implementation of this is very tricky. And
I wonder if I might try and make a motion that captures what I believe we were in unanimous agreement on. And then we can go from there to address the rest of this. Okay, I'm getting nods up here. So I would like to move that the PTC recommends to council that we establish a more flexible definition of retail-like that is based on our goals of maintaining vibrancy and is not prescriptive of the actual specific uses. I think that's, feel free to help me out. Commissioner Liu?
Oh, I think not being prescriptive of uses is great, but we would still at least enumerate a partial list just for clarity for
absolutely
down the line. Yes, got it.
Okay.
For me, the side streets, so for example, if we're talking about Ramona, I wouldn't be supportive at all at Ramona, but if you're talking about.
So I'm only talking about the retail-like definition. Now, how that, like, I think we had a lot of support here for coming up with a different retail-like definition. And I think that that was kind of what the consultant as well as Director Late was trying to capture when we were talking about all those uses. I'm not talking about where, because we're.
So you're saying just goal-based
definition of retail-like use, because I think where it starts getting difficult for us is, all this detail, like 10% and side streets and everything else. So yes, Commissioner Lake. Commissioner, would you join us up here on the dais and save us? Director Late.
Thank you. So I think that, understand the first part, likely having broad support. The second part, I think is important because some of these spaces, particularly if it's an RPO space, can't convert. It may be too big for a new retailer to come into a certain space. Some of these spaces may be too large to effectively do that, or they're too deep. There's odd shapes, and if the objection to the number two, that's a new, listing sort of some of the specificity is too granular. I think if there's receptiveness to the concept that a space that is now retail can have a back of house operation or component that is office or something that's not retail or retail like, we can work through the standards that address the concerns about making sure that that side street isn't on Ramona, or maybe we don't need to get into the whole discussion about tenancy, vacancy rates and things like that, because it may not be relevant or necessary. So I'd want to, if you're supportive of the concept, maybe let's not get bogged down on the specificity that's shown here.
So a couple thoughts. I'm very supportive of a updated and improved retail-like definition. This, with respect to where that retail and retail-like use is allowed and how much, to me, that starts getting into kind of the RPO territory. And right, because it's the RPO that prescribes kind of that you can't change any of this use. And so I want to separate it, because there's the definition component and then the where are we having that use.
So I agree with you,
Okay.
but there are some areas in the city where that wouldn't be the standard. So for instance, downtown, where you have a ground floor protection area, or on Middlefield or portions of California Avenue, where you may get some depth to those lots, the code would require the entirety of the space be retail or retail-like. And so what this is suggesting is that at some depth or at some distance that is not visible to the public and is not supporting the engagement of people walking on the street, would it be okay for there to be some office space or some other non-retail-like use without otherwise impacting the goals of our retail interests on these, core.
No, I
areas.
understand that the issue, but I think we're mixing issues. In other words, we can have a definition and then separately we can talk about, we can all agree on the definition, but then we can argue about how much of a given use. Are you saying that the code would dictate that it has to be 100% retail? Are you saying that the code as currently constructed doesn't allow us to mix uses? Is that what you're saying?
On the ground floor, yes, it would be in some instances.
And is that the retail protection ordinance piece of the code, or is it broader than that?
That's the zoning code. And so
Got it.
7.2 would help address that. So I agree that RPO can mitigate some of those issues, maybe most of the issues citywide, but in the areas where there's the R overlaid or the GF overlay, 7.2 here would address that.
Okay, then can you suggest how you would change my motion in order to capture that?
I mean, I think there are two separate concepts.
Yeah.
One is broadening the retail-like definition, period. And the other is saying,
let's keep my motion as is, and let's just take it piecemeal so that we can at least make some progress here. I'm going to keep my motion as is. It doesn't preclude the ability to do what Director Late has talked about, and we'll see where we go.
can you
So my motion is to come up with a new retail-like definition that is based on the goals of maintaining vibrancy rather than prescriptive uses.
What you said is you move PTC recommends that city council establish a more flexible definition of retail-like uses that is not prescriptive.
Great.
Wrote it down.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
a second.
Do we have discussion on this? Okay. I'm gonna just check. Do I have a ghost light from Commissioner Liu, or is it?
Yeah, my light was on.
Okay. And then Commissioner Suma, was yours also a ghost light?
It is unnecessary now.
Okay. Commissioner Aiken.
Oops.
I was just going to comment that the vibrancy definition you suggest is actually covered pretty well by what the consultant has recommended. So if we simply follow through on 7.1, we might be in good shape.
but the beginning of, so you're saying that I should just move 7.1?
I'm raising that as a possibility.
Great. I would accept that amendment. Seconder?
Yep.
Okay. Further discussion?
I'm sorry, is the motion to?
So the motion would be to substitute or to amend my motion. Instead of saying that the motion is to recommend to council the consultant's recommendation 7.1.
So, oh, I see, 7, okay, got it on the screen here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no lights, Ms. Dow, could you please take the vote?
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we need to deal with the second half of 7. And I'm open to more discussion or a motion. Okay, Commissioner Liu and then Commissioner Aiken.
I like Director Late's comment that we do not need to take section 2 so literally. I think some of the details about the side streets, we can kind of parse out when the actual details behind this recommendation are hashed out. I definitely agree with Commissioner Aiken that the vacancy threshold is problematic, but I also believe that there's a lot of leeway here about how exactly that's defined. It might not even be a threshold of adjacent properties. It could just be durations for one property. I think like a vacancy duration for one property potentially. I don't want to like read too much flexibility into that. That isn't there. But given Director Late's clarifications, I'm generally fine with 2 as it is.
Commissioner Aiken?
Right. I think much of what I would have said, Commissioner Liu just covered. I'll just reiterate that the context-dependent constraints really are problematic, both because they can be gamed and because they vary over time, sometimes over a matter of days. So if you're really looking at providing certainty, then we need to shy away from those. So I do like the other provisions, and as Director Late suggested, I think we can work with those.
Commissioner Suma?
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Late was thinking that this would be
Director
useful.
Late.
I mean, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if it's a promotion or a demotion. I know you get paid more though. So you started it.
I know I started.
This isn't, for me, this is not ready at all to be memorialized. I think that the idea of having some, in some parts of the city, some lots that are deeper where we would want to allow some deviation from all retail has not been clearly established where or what. And I think that this is, I just don't think this is ready. I don't think we've determined where we would really like to have this and why, based on the zoning and the prevailing lot size, et cetera. So I won't be supporting it.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thanks. I want to try to understand Commissioner Aiken's context-based point. Commissioner Aiken, is that reference to the third bullet in number 2? So that the vacancy rate is that's the thing that could be gamed. So if we get rid of the third bullet, you're supportive of the remaining 3 bullets?
So the third bullet certainly would have to go. The fourth one, I'm not clear on either. These are, whenever you talk about street frontage within a 300-foot radius, and things change, when do the changes take effect in the decision process? So if you have proposed a project but not yet received an entitlement, and the condition on which that project is based no longer holds, what is our obligation? That's the kind of uncertainty that I think we'd like to avoid.
Okay, so if the motion were number 2, but only the first 2 bullets, that's something you could support?
Me personally, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm prepared to make that motion after everyone who wants to speak has spoken.
Commissioner Rexall.
The first 2 bullets I would support in theory. The implementation, I'd have to be very careful about. So if we're saying the first 2 bullets, the spirit behind the first 2 bullets, I would support that. If it's actually saying as prescriptive as it is, then I would not.
I think we could make a softer motion maybe, like, to consider that kind of thing. So go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Well, I guess I was thinking that, again, this is concept level only right now, not literal language of code. And so, and I think, for example, the concern about, well, is this going to apply on Ramona? That's a tweak we can deal with when we're looking at actual language. So I think 1 and 2 will give direction to come back with an ordinance that doesn't have these contextual concerns, and then we can fine tune it.
Add that disclosure in the.
Look, the public can't hear us when we're not speaking in our mics, Commissioner Rexall. So
can your motion reflect that this is not that we have wiggle room here, that this is just.
Yeah, let me try that.
Great.
All right. Let's see. I move that the PTC recommend to the council consultant recommendation 7.2, the first 2 bullets only, recognizing that when an ordinance is drafted, it will need to look more closely at these locational flexibility rights. That work?
I'll second that.
Okay. Additional discussion? All right, great. Let's call the vote, please.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Okay. I think with that, we can move on to the next item, which is recommendation number 8. This is a second part of allowing non-retail uses on ground floor. This is specifically increasing fitness spas, exercise facilities, floor area threshold for a cup from 1,800 to 3,000 square feet to match the industry average, and to allow other viable active uses without a cup, such as pet grooming, et cetera, et cetera. And if necessary, require a cup for certain uses in excess of a maximum size. All right, Commissioner Suma.
So I think the problem with this one is it has too many different things in it. So I find that the increasing the gym size from 18 to 3,000 to be completely random and not very important. I mean, really, what we've had on California Avenue is we've already have complaints about too many gyms. And so I just don't think that's a good idea. But I don't think you should have to get a CUP for pet grooming. One of the reasons we do it for nail salons specifically is because we were getting too many of them, specifically on Cal Ave. So we're just undoing some of the things. Learning centers are, I think, allowed. And I know that even trade schools are allowed on the second floor in the downtown zone. And medical office with retail component, we've had so many discussions about this. We already allow, for whatever reason, eyeglass stores that sell eyeglasses, and there can be a ophthalmologist, I guess, on site. But we didn't want to extend that for town and country. And the council did extend it for side streets downtown. You can have retail like medical. So I think that's too broad. I think this is mixing too many things in one. And I don't see necessarily the advantage. I mean, there was a suggestion 3K is the industry standard, but I don't really know much about that particular fact, except it was stated as a fact. So I'm not in favor of this.
Commissioner Heckman,
I'm prepared to make a motion unless anyone has further comment.
Commissioner Liu.
I have a clarifying question, actually, repeating my question before. So would this override the section of 18 or the section on Cal Ave with restricted uses specifically on Cal Ave?
So it doesn't have to. I think this is too general and conceptual to answer that question specifically.
Okay, got it. That's fine.
I guess where I am on this one, and I wanted to state it, is that I'm not entirely I agree that this threshold from 1,800 to 3,000 specifically for these three types of businesses is a bit strange and maybe overly specific. But I wonder if a lot of the rest of this might already be solved by a more flexible definition for retail like. So I don't know what the purpose of this one is. And because I don't understand it, I'm not sure that I would support it. Go ahead, Commissioner Rechtel.
I somewhat agree, but I don't see it doing any harm. So I would support it.
Make a motion?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I move that the PTC recommend to the City Council consultant recommendation number 8.
I'll second.
Further discussion? Okay, Ms. Dow, could you please call the vote?
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rechtel,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
All right, on to number 9, repeal or amend the office conversion and construction limitations. Light them up. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So recommendation number 9 is actually giving us choices, repeal or amend. And while before I said, go bold, here's a situation where I think we can temper our boldness and take a step in the right direction. And so I'd be supportive of the second option, which is to relax the standards.
Commissioner Aiken.
I'm also split on this one. Eliminating the taking standard is clearly justifiable. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Anyone who's lived in Silicon Valley for a few of the boom and bust cycles around here knows that the current office vacancies are really not likely to last. And I think our primary goal ought to be to promote housing and resident serving businesses, not lock in spaces to office use. So as a rule, I'm not in favor of changes that make it easier to lock in more office use.
I don't see other lights, so I will speak to this. I think that in the context, if the world were only retail and office, then I could partially support this. But really, the existence of the office limits, at least when I supported them, was regarding the jobs housing imbalance, which is a different issue. I do understand that more office workers improves our retail situation, but we have an even larger problem in the area with respect to office space being more desirable for landlords to own. And so I do not support this because of what I think may be a negative effect on housing production. I see no other comments. Would somebody like to make a motion? You can make a negative motion. Yeah, go ahead.
I will move that the PTC recommend to the City Council the consultant second option recommendation.
I'm not sure I understand what the second option is.
So as stated on packet page 102, the first option is to repeal the annual office limits, while the second option is a more nuanced approach that involves three separate components, the third of which Commissioner Aiken referenced.
So do we have a second? Sorry, do you have Commissioner Suma?
I just have, would you repeat that? I'm sorry, I was talking and didn't hear you.
Yeah, the motion that I made is for the PTC to recommend the consultant's second option recommendation on number 8, which is to relax the annual office limits with 3 associated approaches enumerated on packet page 102.
Thank you.
Do we have a
Sorry,
second?
I have to say though, we're on number 9. You said 8, so.
Oh, thank you for the clarification,
Sorry.
Ms. French.
Number 9, thank you.
Do we have a second? Okay, we do not have a second. Do we have a different motion that somebody would like to make? I will take a stab. Go ahead. Commissioner Rectal.
I move that PTC recommend to council to not support consultant recommendation number 9.
Second. Okay, sorry. I'll second that. Further discussion? Okay, Ms. Dow, please take the vote.
Chair Chang,
No, yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
We could.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Now you guys are confused. Move to not recommend. Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, so on to number 10.
No votes?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Would you like to speak to your no votes? Commissioner Heckman?
Yes, just briefly, I think this is a little bit of maybe baby with the bathwater, because what we've communicated is we're okay leaving in place the unconstitutional taking standard. And also we believe that putting ground floor office behind retail frontage would somehow inhibit housing, which I suppose would otherwise go in this space behind the ground floor retail. So I think we could have maybe not rejected the whole recommendation, but rather spent a little more time and forward parts of it that we agree are good and not bad.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I also feel that we could have used more discussion on this, and given the constraints of how the evening has been progressing and we're not making the time we want, I understand it, but this is one that we probably could have helped refine, and maybe that's some of the content that'll come over with your ad hoc notes. Thank you.
Okay, let's go into number 11. This is amending the parking regulations by reducing minimum parking regulations.
The 10.
Oh, did I skip?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So many of these. We're on to number 10. So amending office use restrictions in the CN and CS districts. It's to eliminate or amend the 5,000 square foot maximum office floor area per lot. Commissioner Liu?
Sorry, that was the ghost slide.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, so this is another where we have a choice, eliminate or amend, and I just wanted to state I'm supportive of amending, not eliminating.
Any other lights? I don't see anything. Are we ready for a motion on this? To be clear, I don't want to stifle discussion. If we think that there's a better place that we can get to, great. But my understanding is also that our goal is not to come up with the full outlines of any proposed ordinance. It's to give staff direction as to kind of these are the avenues that we would like to explore. So I'm not seeing, oh, okay, Commissioner Suma.
So my discomfort with this comes from the CN zone, which is neighborhood commercial, which is specifically supposed to be neighborhood serving uses where it is commercial. And there's already an erosion of that because it has not been properly required over the years. And CS is a different zone. So I worry that it's going to have an effect in those cases with the CN zone because
would you be supportive if we remove CN?
I think it's more appropriate if there's no CN zone in there. And I think we're losing what was supposed to be special about the CN zone, which is the lowest impact on its neighbors because it's supposed to be neighborhood commercial and neighborhood serving. So when it gets lumped in with CS, which is service commercial, I think we're mixing two things.
Commissioner Aiken.
So thinking about what a motion might look like here, are we moving towards something that would say specifically apply to the CS district only, and rather than saying eliminate or amend, straightforwardly say amend?
I think that would address some of the concerns, at least some of my concerns. I'm wondering if I'm not entirely sure that we spent a lot of time discussing CN versus CS districts. So I just don't know where I think something like this should apply. Commissioner Rexall?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Again, this is CN and CS. These are commercial districts. And I would rather have some type of resident serving business there than an office space. So I think that I would not support this for that reason.
Commissioner Liu?
I am comfortable amending this. I think the details of how this applies exactly to CN and CS potentially could be clarified at a later time. I definitely realize the importance of having really good neighborhood serving retail, but I think having some flexibility for office space could actually help that. Office space, could cover a range of uses that complement retail and could actually invite more investment too. So I'd be in favor of this worded as amend, and with the point made that how this works in CN and CS will be considered by staff and clarified.
Other comments? A motion, Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, so again, we're not getting away, well, unless we eliminate it, we're not doing away with maximum office floor area. What we're just recognizing is one size doesn't necessarily fit every situation. And so so it could mean smaller maximum office space on smaller parcels, right? So I will move that the PTC recommend to the City Council the consultant's recommendation 10 to amend 1816-050 to make the limitation on office use floor areas proportionate to the size of the site or building to ensure an equitable impact, the details of which will be worked out in the ordinance produced by staff.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second. Further discussion? Then let's take the vote.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Aiken,
No.
Chair Chang,
No.
Vice Chair Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yeah, I haven't made my decision yet. Give me a second. I would say the way it was reworded is fine. So let's go with yes for me. Thank you.
motion fails 3-4.
Would you like to speak to your no votes? And Commissioner Aiken?
Yeah, I voted no for two reasons. One is I'm not sure that proportionality is the right criterion. So I'm not sure I want to pass that advice along to council. And the other is, once again, a lot of our problems have to do with creating too much office space, and we really want more resident serving businesses and housing instead.
Commissioner Suma?
Basically the same reasons, and also what we're finding in places where there's a lot of CN, like El Camino, and there's also CS there, is combining of lots, which could create very huge, if it's proportional, very huge new office space. And I will state, I think it's really unfortunate to do it in general, and it's really a hardship for existing office owners who, office space owners who have empty space. There's buildings that have never been occupied that were built right before COVID. So that's all.
I also voted no against this because I don't think we need more office space. We need more housing. And whenever we allow more office space, it makes a lot more valuable and it results in it being more difficult to construct housing. So I think I'd leave it as is. All right.
I have my hand up for another comment, if that's possible.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm struck again by like some of these conversations appear to have been had with the ad hoc committee, and we didn't have a chance to discuss or review it. And I'm worried that what's happening here is that we're getting a lot, as a result, we're getting a lot of split votes, and we haven't really had a chance to explore things. I realize that wasn't your intention at all, but just wanted to bring that up and say, you know, perhaps more discussion would benefit some of these where we keep splitting on. So I don't know if that's something we can deal with now, or is it just going to wait till it comes back again? But wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Just to be clear, the ad hoc didn't specifically see any of these recommendations as currently presented and didn't.
So then why are we
on it
not having a discussion?
because we don't have additional new data to back this up. We've discussed the data. We indicated that we need more information on some of these things. There's no more that we can discuss because we don't have any more information.
And who's supposed to provide that information? Is that staff?
We did provide readouts from the ad hoc to the commission as a whole. Perhaps the mistake we made, and you're raising a very good point here, is that we didn't do it in writing. And we did write a draft of recommendations, which was intended to go forward and was stopped because the schedule for review and council changed.
Oh.
So that went into limbo. But that still exists. And if I may forward it to Director Late, then he can decide what the appropriate process might be to review it for either PTC or for the council ad hoc.
Thank you. I mean, that additional context is very helpful. And what I'm bristling at is not, the process was awkward, but that I do want to hear if these are objections that are splitting the vote here, it would be worthwhile of taking the time to get into it. And I recognize that we're already going really over, so I get it. We can't do it today, but it is important. Like the work we do here is important in terms of informing the council of kind of the pros and cons of all these things. So that's all I wanted to say, and I appreciate the chair's indulgence for the questions.
No, thank you for asking them. And I think that where we last were as a group, when we saw the consultant report, was that there were places where either we disagreed with the information that was presented because they didn't accurately capture what the current state of being was for Palo Alto, or that we needed more data, or that there were some errors in the data. And we haven't seen more data since then. So it makes there's nothing more to discuss, I guess, and I think that's why we agreed on the process.
I think it's okay, Chair, to be able to talk to staff and say, look, this is a challenge with the presentation. We've asked for this feedback. We gave you extra time and it's coming back to us, but we're not able to make new decisions because there's not new
We've
data.
had that discussion. And
I'm just calling it out. I know you said it earlier today and I'm saying it again because I just want to make sure you know you're not alone.
Yeah, so we've had that discussion, and I think we needed to bring this back before the PTC, if I understand Director Lake correctly, is because we ran into limitations on our budget for the consultant, and we didn't have enough clear direction from the PTC after the last report came to us. So now we just have to attempt to provide some direction, and even if it's a split vote, much as I would like consensus on things, if a split vote is what it is what it is. And then that will give data to the council committee as well as council and staff that this may be worth exploring more.
Agreed that it is important to be able to show where we differ, but it's frustrating to only show the votes and not have the discussion. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, so Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah. I want to make one comment. We've talked about this before, but I want to bring it up again. This is 18-16-050, and we did have a problem with that. It wasn't included in the consultant's report, but if you have an office that's in CN or CS, and you can now, it's vacant, and you want to use it for retail, you can't bring it back to office. It's a one-way elevator, which means that if you have an empty office, you're never going to use it for retail. And we wanted to give them the flexibility to either, if you had an existing vacant office, to either rent it for office or retail without precluding going back to office. And that isn't in here. I think that's something worthwhile, but I don't think we want to deal with that tonight.
So relative to the retail preservation ordinance?
There's kind of two flavors of retail preservation ordinance, and this is the first version.
So an office, so that scenario that you described is permissible.
Yeah, so if I have an office right now in CN and I have office and I can do it, but it's vacant. If someone comes by and says, hey, can I use that for retail? If I do that, I lose future rights for office at that spot.
No, that's not consistent with my understanding of the ordinance.
Well,
because it talks about as of a certain date.
Yeah.
If it was retail, it needs to stay retail.
Yeah, exactly.
That's useful information because our consultant told us that we lost that we needed to address that problem, that a landlord might be disincentivized.
They may be
to put in
they may not
retail.
want to for fear or risk of city policy changing again, but the way that the code is written, is my recollection is that the ordinance applies to the status of properties as of a certain date. And so if retail existed at that
I
time.
think it says if it does retail after this date, then you have to keep it retail. I'll bring
Well, maybe we can take a look at that offline.
Let's table that and address it later.
I want to note you on this item that you're discussing, we still need a motion because that last one failed.
Yes.
And so it sounds like maybe there's we want to punt on maybe this recommendation for now.
Correct. So just to give council and staff what it needs, I'm going to make the motion that we do not recommend consultant recommendation number 10 to council. Is that right? Did I get the right one?
Okay.
Correct, but we need now an affirmative motion. Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiken, did you have a light on? Okay. Discussion on this? Please take the vote. Please.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
No.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 5-2.
Can I stop for a process check here? So I am seeing many members of the public who are in chambers and possibly some, well, I can't see it all. Yes, some online, hoping that we would go on to the next item by now, and we are over time by more than an hour. So I'm wondering, I'm going to ask my colleagues here, do we want to continue on with this? We're almost done. Or what we could do is stop at this point, go on to the next items, and then come back to this at the end of the meeting.
How many items are left?
2, I'm hearing. 3, I'm hearing.
11, 12, and 14, and 12 and 14, there was only one hand raised.
Okay, so maybe we can continue on. Let's power through then. All right, so we're on to number 11. Is that right? Thank you for helping me keep track. This is amending the parking regulations to reduce the minimum parking regulations and conduct use surveys towards resetting standards. Commissioner Aiken.
Yeah, my objection here was based on the history that particularly downtown, it hasn't been that long since we had a parking shortage that was regarded as so severe that we had to put 2,000 vehicles into the nearby neighborhoods. And gradually over time, that number has gone down. But again, I think it's premature to say we reduce the standards. It's perfectly okay to consider studying those, but be aware that as it's likely that both return to office and increased housing downtown are likely to increase parking demands. I think it's premature to reduce the minimum parking requirements now.
Okay, Commissioner Suma?
I agree with Commissioner Aiken, and I would add to that also taking the parking away on El Camino has put parking directly into neighborhoods along El Camino. And therefore, I do not think this is at all a good way to go at this time. It's directly kind of taking back what we said we would do to help those neighborhoods around town.
Other comments?
My hand is up.
Oh, sorry about that. I can't see.
No, that's totally fine.
Commissioner
I'm
Templeton?
comfortable speaking up about it. So
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Templeton?
yeah. So I'm curious because the section is called amend parking regulations, and then the first bullet under it says reduce. And I hear that is one of the concerns with supporting this. I like the idea of amending and or frequently updating and maybe figuring out a formula over time. But we have, as Commissioner Suma said, we've made a lot of adjustments recently, and we don't know what the impact of that is going to be, and we won't know for about a year. So I think the idea of being flexible and having a regular basis on which to reevaluate is intended meaning behind the title, and maybe the way point 1 is phrased is a bit presumptuous. So I wonder if that's an area that we could modify and then figure out how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Liu?
I was just going to agree with Commissioner Templeton's point that there's some flexibility in baked into bullet 2, where we would presumably find an appropriate amount of parking and phase this and time this correctly. Personally, I do think reducing parking minimums is a good idea, and I generally, through surveys and studies, expect that number to go down. But I'm also fine with a slightly softer version of bullet point 1 here.
Any other discussion? Would somebody like to make a motion? Like perhaps Commissioner Templeton or Commissioner Liu could take a stab at making something that might work better?
I move to amend parking regulations on the basis of parking use surveys to reset standards to appropriate levels based on actual need and demand.
We have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Commissioner Aiken.
So just to clarify, what's the distinction between the motion and simply forwarding the consultant's recommendation without sub-item number 1?
No difference.
Thank you.
What I'm looking for is the people who spoke up against 11. Does removing point 1 meet your requirements? Is that something that would bring you on board, or what do you think you still need?
Commissioners, if I may, these were short items. They're intended to be more direction for future development and consideration. I think the idea is that in general, the trend is that parking requirements are going down, as I mentioned in my presentation. Don't take it as an absolute, you must reduce the parking requirements. Take them together, and it's kind of a menu approach. Look at the rationale as well as the recommendations. Our recommendation is, we think that there's room to reduce your parking requirements that will be more equitable and fair and be constructive. If you find that that's not the case, you don't have to do it. This is just to get direction to the commission or city council and then direction back to your staff. So don't take them so absolutely. You know?
Mr. Weary, we're a pretty literal bunch here. So we love to wordsmith your work, and I apologize because it's not a critique.
These aren't zoning amendments. These are not draft amendments. If you recall, these started off as directions and strategies. And I think that's still what this is. We tried to make them more and more specific as we could. But again, I look at these as a menu. Hey, in general, we're working toward reducing excess parking and waste. That's what part of the rationale is.
So Commissioner Suma?
Yeah, so no, it doesn't help me to answer Commissioner Templeton's question at all, being comfortable with this, nor does it say statement that parking requirements are going down, because I don't believe parking demands are going down at the same time. And I think that you will find a lot of people really concerned about that. The only way you can convince me the parking demands are going down is with maybe motor vehicle data. And I don't think that's true. I think people are desperately trying to find a place to put cars in many parts of the city. And they have been for a really long time, and it's going to get harder. So I don't think with state mandates, and I don't think we should exacerbate that thing for people of Palo Alto and the businesses of Palo Alto.
Okay.
We also have our, I'll raise my hand, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Well, we also have some goals for the city around reducing dependence on motor vehicles. And so I think there's some synergy, I hate to use that word, between, this suggestion or this menu item and some of our city's stated goals. So I wonder, Commissioner Suma, would you be interested in, phrasing this with a contingency, like if it's supported by data or if it's supported by parking surveys? And I know we have that point too as well. But if there was a way we can talk about that, I think it would be beneficial for our climate goals. Thanks.
Well, owning a car doesn't mean you have to use it for all of your trips and all of your going to work and everything, but people really need cars. And no, it wouldn't make any difference. I think it's unnecessary to bundle voluntary city parking option reduction for people when we are having so much mandated on us. I don't think it helps people.
I've got lights for Commissioner Rectal and then Commissioner Aiken.
Well, this is just for retail, but I'm concerned that, okay, if you look at the last two bullets, they're like motherhood and apple pie. Standards need to be based on actual demand. That makes total sense, right? But the way this whole thing is written, it has a spin of, well, we're going to reduce this wasteful, underutilized parking. And so I'd really want to be careful that we're not misinterpreting our recommendation. If our recommendation is just the last two bullets, then I support this.
Commissioner Aiken.
I'm sorry, I need a clarification from Vice Chair Rectal there. The last two bullets on the rationale and justification side.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my
packet. So the clarification, can you please read out, Commissioner Rectal, which are the two bullets that you would support?
Under the rationale and justification, standards need to be based on actual demand. That to me, I totally support. Standards do not need and should not accommodate all potential demand. I think what they're saying there is that you can't necessarily do worst on worst on worst and base your parking on that. At least that's the way I read that.
Okay, thanks. That helps clarify what I was about to say. Yes, it's clear. I'm really close on this. Thank you for the phrasing, by the way, Commissioner Liu. Once the mandatory reduce the minimum parking requirements is gone, then conduct parking use surveys is a common sense approach that needs to be taken. This has to be done with exquisite care because it has been gamed in the past. And it's important for everybody to understand that that's the history we're dealing with. Standards need to be based on actual demand. That has never been the case. And you might push back and say that standards need to be based on predicted demand and make a good case for that position. That doesn't mean it has to be worst case, but it does mean that it has to be a good faith effort to predict what demand will arise in order to avoid the negative consequences of failing to meet that demand. Standards do not need to and should not accommodate all potential demand. Well, the parking will have to go somewhere. And if the standards don't accommodate that demand, at least to a reasonably high degree of probability, then there will be a shift of the burden for the consequences of parking from one group to another. And once that happens, it's very, very hard to undo. And that's precisely what we're seeing in Evergreen Park right now, and is the history of what was happening around the downtown area. AB 2097 decides a lot of this for us on certain uses, but not all. So I think we're obliged to be thoughtful and considerate about how we accommodate those other uses. So I'm right on the edge on this. As stated, I find it supportable, but the devil will be in the details. It will be so easy for this to be undone, for the intent to be undone, that I just want to make sure that that message gets carried if the recommendation is forwarded.
Commissioner Liu, can you restate your motion so that we know exactly how it was stated?
Effectively move recommendation 11 without bullet point 1.
Did you receive a second?
I don't.
Yes, I second it.
Okay.
Okay.
Additional discussion? Commissioner Aiken, I'd like to ask you, is as stated, is that motion clear to you?
Oh, yes, it's clear. That's
Okay.
well stated.
All right. I don't see any other lights, so let's take a vote.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Abstain.
Commissioner Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1-1.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to my abstention. I think it goes without saying that we should be conducting parking use surveys as a basis to reset standards. I'm just not sure that we necessarily need to do that anytime soon. I know this is a medium-term item, but I'm just not sure it's a priority right now. And I have little faith that we can do it with the care and precision that needs to be done. And so I'm just concerned about this kind of getting batched this way and missing the message. So that's why I abstained. Commissioner Suma?
Oh, speak to my no. Yes, I voted no on this because I already said it, because this shifts the burden of not having adequate parking. Even if you fully don't use your car every day and are contributing to the kind of greenhouse gas reductions and lack of automobiles use that we are moving towards in the city, you still need a place to put a car so you can have a car sometimes. And there's so many state pressures to do this. And what if if the demand surveys are done honestly, they could result in a higher demand. which is something you didn't consider, I don't think. But we have already seen, I mean, a decade ago, there were parts of the city where there was multifamily housing, primarily over by Colorado near East Bay Shore, where there was not one spot on the street available at night, late at night when I went and surveyed. And we've known this for a long time. We're digging a bigger hole and we're shifting the burden of unlivable consequences onto residents and small business owners of this city. And I don't think that's the right way to go.
Okay, second to last recommendation. This is also about amending parking regulations to implement the 2097 exemption of minimum parking requirements within a half mile of transit for clarity. And I think we just had one person who wanted to make a comment about this one. Yeah.
Can staff please show the correct slide?
So, sorry, I couldn't understand what you just said. Yes, could staff please advance the slide? Here we go. It's number 12 that we're speaking of right now. It's just about implementing AB 2097. Go ahead, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair. I just have the same problem I have with AB 2097 that I stated before, which obviously we have to uphold state law. If we're going to codify it into our code, however, I wish that we would do it taking full advantage of the flexibility that is built into the law regarding exempting certain areas, and that it doesn't apply to ADA and EVSE parking.
Are there additional comments? All right, let's do a motion on this one. I'll take a stab at it, which is to, I move.
I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt, but just I want to make sure that we're consistent. The commission's actually taken a position on this. So, and I believe this reflects the commission's prior motion.
Okay, great. So then do we need to even do anything on this?
I don't know that you need to, because you've already acted on this and we've written a report on it. But if you wanted, just for the sake of having everything buttoned up, if you just move the recommendation, I think that.
No, I think let's save the time right now.
Okay.
And let's just, because I think when the commission voted on this, we had all sorts of caveats.
Yeah. Okay.
And so let's just skip this one and refer
to prior
commission action.
Okay, thank you.
All right, fantastic. So then we're on the last one here. Applause. Again, amending parking regulations. This is number 14. Suggesting that the city unbundle parking from the price of rent. And I'm just going to go right out there and say, let's just skip this one entirely because it's not really related to retail.
I second that non-motion suggestion.
It's also just state law, so
right, it's state law. So let's
exactly.
So do we need to make a motion on this? I've got a process agreement from all the commissioners that we would desire not to take a vote on this. And Mr. Wary had suggested it's okay if we skip this one.
I think it would be cleaner if you made a vote just to reject the, I don't know, Mr. Yang, do you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I think it's fine either way. It would probably be cleaner to have a motion to, not take a position on this.
Okay, I move that we do not take a position on this at this time because it is unrelated to the current agendized item.
Second.
Discussion? Please take the vote, Ms. Dow.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Okay, with that, we conclude this item. Before we move on to the next item, we're going to take a 7-minute break. My apologies to the members of the public who are stuck waiting. Thank you. 3 in our agenda, which is a study session to discuss updates to the stream corridor protection ordinance. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Yes. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Cha. I'm going to introduce.
Speak closer.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Cha. I'm going to introduce Kevin Gardner from Good City Company, and we also have Nicholas Hamilton and Jim Martin online to help out. And I will share the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Pleasure to meet you this evening. My name is Kevin Gardner. I'm a contract planner with Good City Company here in Redwood City, right up the road. And we've been working with the staff on the stream protection ordinance update. Next, please. For the purpose of this session is to get direction as we craft the ordinance and make updates to particularly answer some of the policy decisions that we've been coming up with as a team. And then staff will use that feedback to develop a draft ordinance for PTC recommendations. We'll go over where we've been so far, some talk about stream conditions, comprehensive plans and policies, some features of the existing ordinance, some comparative analysis of what other municipalities have done, and then we have a series of questions for the Planning and Transportation Commission. We started the project in January of 2024, started doing stakeholder outreach almost immediately in February, had a community information session in March. Existing conditions report came out in July of this year, and here we are at the PTC study session in August. We hope to come back to you with a ordinance next month at the end of the month, and then from there, the plan would be to go to the City Council. Very quickly there's a variety of different creek and stream conditions. One clarification I'll make, and we mentioned this in the staff report, for purposes of this ordinance update, we're using the term creek and stream interchangeably, and it's a simplification, but on the one hand, the comprehensive plan uses the term creek. The ordinance uses the term stream. For our purposes, we'll keep it to stream just because that's consistent with the ordinance, but in case people get confused. Next, please. Here is a quick overview of the different stream conditions and how it's pertinent to the work ahead. Here's an example of Natural Creek west of Foothill Expressway. From the air, it's often hard to even see the creeks because they're covered in riparian vegetation. Next, please. And then east of Foothill Expressway, there are also natural creeks. This is an aerial view of San Francisco Creek. And now granted, it does have some elements that have been engineered. So, this is again a simplification, but generally it has the characteristics of a natural creek in terms of the earthen banks, the riparian vegetation and such. Next, please. Then there's hardened channelized creeks. This is a photo of Matadero Creek. So Matadero, Adobe, and Barron, particularly east of El Camino Real, have this channelized characteristic. And we've added the term hardened just to really clarify we're talking about concrete line channels. Next. So the update of this ordinance has been a priority for the council for the last 3 years, so we're excited to be working on it. And the direction comes from the 2017 comprehensive plan. The staff report outlines those different comprehensive plan goals, policies, and programs, so we won't go over those here. We do have them as backup if there are questions later. Next. Looking at the existing ordinance, and we'll skip quickly to some diagrams in a second, but want to mention that there are a big part of this going back to the original ordinance was direction from the Valley Water Resources Protection Collaboratives Guidelines and Standards for land uses near streams. For shorthand, we will call those the Collaboratives Guidelines if we refer to them later in this presentation. Next. So this is a diagram of, now obviously this isn't a real creek. It's showing a channelized bank on one side and natural on the other, but it's meant to kind of encompass a lot of things at once. The current ordinance has a 20-foot slope stability area, which really acts as a setback. Not much of anything is allowed to be built in that area, and it's intended to maintain the integrity of the creek bank. Next. Then there's also the streamside review area, and that's 50 feet, pretty much anywhere it's located. And I think that's been a source of confusion as to, is it a setback? Is it not? What is a review area? So what it is a trigger that there is additional review required within that 50-foot area. But my understanding is it's not always clear what that's supposed to mean, given it's not a true setback with a no-build zone. Next. So we've looked at examples from other jurisdictions around the Bay Area. A lot of jurisdictions don't have standards at all, so we've focused on the ones that do. And you can see a cluster. Some of them just have one standard. For example, San Carlos is just a flat 25-foot setback. Same with Berkeley. Then others, for example, Fremont, have a range either 20 feet in the urbanized areas or 200 feet up in the hilly areas. I should add that Oakland has, it's actually more complicated than the 20 feet we're showing. That one gets into different tiers and actually gets quite complex. But the point is that there is good company in having this range and this dual approach to the different types of setbacks. Next. So I won't read through these, but these are the questions that we'll be asking on the general topics are applicability, exemptions, if any, setback distances, stream conditions, and deviation processes, if any. Next, please. And then each of these slides goes over the staff recommendations and the different alternatives. So I'll walk through these. We can also go back through these slides during the deliberations if that's helpful. For the first question over which types of development and land uses should be subject to the updated ordinance, the recommendation is to be the status quo, which is that it applies to pretty much everything with the exception of some what are considered minor single-family home projects. Those would be ministerial projects, building permits, things that don't require discretionary review. Alternatives would be either more expansive or less expansive to either apply this to everything without any kind of exceptions, or to more narrowly focus on multifamily and commercial development as opposed to single family. Next. And I'll admit, I'll also note there's a lot of overlap between all of these. So if you have a Venn diagram, there's intersections everywhere because a lot of overlapping things. So this is similar in that should single family home districts be exempted from the regulations? This is trying to answer a question from the comprehensive plan. It suggests looking at possible exemptions for single family properties. So it's trying to articulate that a little better in terms of how to put that in the ordinance. The recommendation is to exempt properties in the R1, R2, and RMD zoning districts that are in the channelized urban streams east of Foothill Expressway, such as the photo we saw of Matadero Creek, Barron Creek, Adobe Creek. An alternative would be to also exempt properties along natural streams. So that would include San Francisco Creek, or another option would be to exempt entire zoning districts, which would include all stream conditions. Next, please. For setback distances, the comprehensive plan talks about 150 feet for properties that are west of Foothill Expressway. And then it says to look at distances, but doesn't give a distance for properties to the east. So staff is recommending a 150-foot setback consistent with the comp plan for those properties west of Foothill Expressway. And then east of Foothill Expressway, a 40-foot setback. That is a recommendation from the collaborative's guidelines for urbanized areas. So kind of building upon that guidance, that's where that recommendations come from. A more flexible alternative would be to still maintain that 20-foot slope stability protection area, because that's really integral to the health of the creek bank, but allow a little more flexibility beyond that. And then another alternative is noting that it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. Look at some variable setbacks, particularly for the properties east of Foothill Expressway in the urbanized area. That could be based on either types of creeks or size of lots. 4 out of 5. So our next question is, should urban streams have riparian vegetation requirements? So again, we're talking here about the urban streams that are west of Foothill Expressway and east of I'm reversing my directions. East of Foothill Expressway, west of Highway 101, so the urbanized parts of the city. Should riparian vegetation be required? And the staff recommends that riparian be required along natural creeks, but not along channelized streams. So going back to the photo of Barron Creek, it would not be recommended to introduce new riparian vegetation along a new concrete channel, but it would where there's a natural creek bed. Alternatively, it could be suggested to start introducing riparian vegetation in all circumstances. And then last but not least is the deviation process. Speaking to the one size doesn't fit all, there's always, no matter what rule, there's going to be something that comes up that people haven't thought of. So we've been looking at the different pathways that are in the code currently for asking for either minor exceptions or major exceptions, and staff is recommending using the existing framework. It could lend itself to both minor and major deviations, with the individual review and home improvement exceptions process working for minor variations. And then if somebody wants to do something really significantly different, that would be in the same realm as a variance and go through that same kind of process. An alternative would be to kind of table the variance piece and just only allow minor variations and call it a day. So these are the discussion questions. First, we can take questions on, I know this is a lot of information all coming very quickly, so we can go back through these slides, and the slides can also be used for your discussion. And I do want to also mention that the biologist James Martin is online from Environmental Collaborative. So if there are questions related to particularly the habitat and natural factors, he can answer those.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. So I just wanted to remind members of the public that the PTC has a policy now of not taking new speakers 5 minutes after the staff presentation. So if you think you're going to want to speak, please make sure you raise your hand and turn in your speaker card. So first, we're going to have clarifying questions from the commission. Oh, and one more note, process note. Commissioner Templeton had to leave, so we are down to 6 commissioners right now, but we still have a quorum. All right, so let's hear from Commissioner Aiken, then Reckdahl, then Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. We have quite a menu of options for applicability and exemptions. I was wondering if you had estimated how many existing R1, R2, and RMD properties violate each that already exist, violate each of those proposed regulations. So these are places that I anticipate if they had some development project, then they might have to go through the exemption process.
Sure. Well, one thing I want to clarify, and I think the comp plan notes this, is this is really intended to apply to new construction. So there's most likely a lot of existing uses that would not comply with these regulations. So for the most part, the recommendation is to leave those alone unless they're wanting to expand closer to the creek. So particularly in the urbanized parts of the city, there would be a substantial number. We may have numbers in that existing conditions report, but the point is to not try to penalize people that had a house built 50 years ago that would no longer comply, but also to not increase the nonconformity.
So the deviation process might be used only if there's a closer approach to the creek, to the stream.
That's right.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah, so I have I just want to piggyback on that because it's the same topic. And also because I'm getting things confused with the other two items that, the bird safety and the dark skies. So bird safety and dark skies specifically had applicability that said like with a major remodel. And that's not what you're proposing here. It's only if it's any closer to the stream.
That would be the staff recommendation, and yeah, they are related, and we've tried to kind of coordinate these two ordinances so they talk to each other. But in terms of at least the stream corridor protection, it seems like the real focus is on the building footprint and not further encroaching towards the creek. There may be other concerns related to bird safety or dark sky that may not be aligned with that, but that's partly we will have the opportunity to make sure we're not at cross purposes with that ordinance as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rechtel?
So why does the current code exempt single stories but not second story additions? Is it just, it was a convenient, whether it's a discretionary review and that's
I'll try to. The existing. Yeah, 4 streams.
So let me, I'll take a look at that code section and try to get back to you on that. I don't know if it's related to the IR process that we have and how those are discretionary reviews for 2 stories. I just have to take a look at the code section to see if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that maybe it was like, well, these have to go through discretionary review anyway, so let's apply this, as opposed to the other option would be the second story has more susceptibility for some reason, so we want to be more careful. And that's why we want to hold it to higher standard. I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, that section.
So then I also have a couple other questions. We talk about like R1s west of Foothill, but I don't think Palo Alto has any streamside R1s west of Foothill, do we?
I think it's used generically in this context to refer to the open, the real estate, the RE zones and the other sections, but I could be wrong.
So like, for example, on packet page 14, down the bottom, they talk about R1, R2, RMD. They don't talk about either open space or RE. So
the intent would be to, so that, yeah, it's an error in terms of it's really meant to capture single family properties.
Okay.
So the exact zoning designations are not entirely accurate there.
Okay, and then finally, exemptions. We're talking about, like, for example, east of 101, so on the bay side, we'd have 150-foot setback. But along Adobe, there's a parcel whose width is only 150 feet. So that means that you couldn't do anything with that parcel.
I think that would be a case in the deviations where, that would be kind of a classic variance case where there's something truly unique about a parcel that applying the standards would inhibit the enjoyment of that parcel. So that would be a case for a deviation.
And so what would be the hoops? Would this just be a director's review where they filled out paperwork and you say yes, or is there some complex?
It would, at least what's proposed by staff, it would follow the variance process. And I don't know if staff wants to further elaborate on what that process is, but it would be the higher order. It would be considered a significant variation, but there would be a process where it it would have findings, and the findings would be that the parcel is unique in such a way that the application of those standards would inhibit it from being developed.
Can staff clarify that if it went through the variance process, would it have to come before like the PTC, or is this a director level decision?
It is I believe it is with PTC. No? Variances?
Sorry, Chair, it's getting a little late
I
for
can-
me to. Hey, Ms. French, are you
Ms.
on?
French,
Yeah,
go ahead.
great.
Yes, I'm on. I was answering the other question about there is an R1 zone west of Foothill, R1 2000.
Yeah,
So-
but all those west, none of them are along the stream. So,
All right, sorry if I misheard that. Yeah, so for the variance process, it would only go to the planning commission if it was requested for hearing.
Understood. Thank you. That's helpful.
so that means that they wouldn't necessarily have to go through PDC?
They
Okay,
wouldn't have to unless requested.
okay, thank you. That's all, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So bottom of the packet, page 11, the current ordinance defines the stream side review area as, packet page 11. Properties abutting stream or located within 50 feet, top of bank, except properties separated from the stream by a public street. And I was wondering if staff knew why we would differentiate public streets from private streets. And not that we have a lot of private streets, but my impression is particularly when we get on the other side of Foothill, there are, what are effectively private streets serving multiple properties. I don't know if any of those are stream side, but I'm wondering if there was an intent in limiting this in the existing ordinance to public streets only. Because obviously a private street would have the same effect on basically separating or, being kind of a demarcation line for wildlife in the creek corridor.
We would have to actually look into that intent. We are uncertain right now.
Okay, so this is a study session. So I guess my ask is that as we move forward, take a look at that and see if there's a good reason to keep it. If so, great. If not, think about broadening that street definition there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no other lights right now, I'm going to ask my questions. So on packet page 18, we're talking about riparian vegetation requirements, applying only to natural, like relatively natural streams. There's the last line says that requiring riparian vegetation for channelized streams, for example, that approach, or if a stream's been undergrounded, might be burdensome to property owners. And I wanted to understand more about why it would be burdensome. Is it just because they might not be aware that they're next to a stream? Or is it that it's so difficult or expensive to have riparian vegetation as landscaping?
I think the burdensome reference is in recognizing that, so this is an underground stream in either a pipe or a box culvert, what the likelihood of that stream being daylighted, if it's not daylighted, or if there's not plans to have it daylighted, then it's creating a setback for a condition that may never happen. I think that's really what the burdensome language is meant to.
But you mean a setback with respect to vegetation, though, because that's what this item is about.
Right. I mean, in this case, it would be yeah, I think if it's strictly vegetation, that would be less burdensome. I think it's more if there's not a creek and then you're planting riparian vegetation, but the creek doesn't come in terms of like daylighting
That makes
it,
sense.
then, I mean, there's nothing wrong with riparian vegetation in absence of a creek, but it's not necessarily, meeting the intent of what the
Well,
ordinance is supposed to be doing.
Right. So I understand that. But then I guess my question is like, so the staff proposal is for like a channelized stream, it also wouldn't apply. But if I think about streams being like a corridor, right? That corridor is not just the part that's in the water, but also adjacent to it for birds, for things that might be, benefiting. So I'm trying to understand sort of the level of burden, quite frankly, for the requirement that everything within 50 feet, I'm making up numbers now, everything within 50 feet have riparian landscaping, right? Or the requirement that there's not an invasive species put in there. Like how burdensome is that? Are there lists of it, like readily available lists, and are these plants readily available? Are they more expensive? And if you don't know the answer, that's fine, but I'd like to understand that. And I would be curious to hear from the biologist, is it Mr. Martin, whether there's any value to something like that.
Sure, I'd say in terms of burden, it's not a huge burden, so I'd say it's a minor burden. I think if, as you mentioned, riparian vegetation has habitat value. It may be limited if there's not the actual water to go with it in terms of the types of wildlife that could benefit. But as you mentioned, birds and different, so it's not that it would have no value, but it's limited. If Mr. Martin also wants to add anything to that, happy to hear from him.
Sure. Thanks, Kevin. Hi, this is Jim Martin, the consulting biologist. So those are great questions. And to the point about a reach that's culverted, technically what you plant on top of it is no longer considered riparian vegetation. There needs to be a direct connection to those waters, and they're now in a pipe. So all riparian vegetation is supported by that surface or groundwater. So there's no direct connection there. But there may be instances where a reach has been culverted, but is near, an open space or a reach that is unculverted. And the idea of supplementing, even if it's an existing culverted reach with riparian vegetation or native complementary vegetation, is not a bad thing. And I agree with and understand your point about the connectivity, even if creek has been compromised by past improvements, doesn't mean there wouldn't be or couldn't be a benefit to try to memorialize that previous connection. But I think back to the larger encumbrance and setback and the intent of this part of the question. When you go and take out an existing culvert, there's a large footprint that is required to accommodate the new bed, the banks, and the development, the slope stability setbacks from that restored reach. And you've also got to consider the flood flow implications. If you're trying to establish vegetation in that restored channel that's already in all likelihood have some development, if it's been culverted, there are a lot of factors that have to be considered. It's great to encourage daylighting of culverted reaches where that's feasible, and making sure as part of future development that appropriate footprint is available to accomplish that. But it is a large constraint to recognize the future potential for restoring a channel that's currently culverted.
Okay, thank you. I have a second unrelated question. This is regarding the report, and there were some figures that showed the differences between where streams are mapped by the county, I believe. versus the city, or it was,
Yeah, Santa Clara Valley Water District.
right. So how, if at all, is the ordinance going to address that issue? Because people might not realize that they are next to a stream, or which one are we going to go with?
Yeah, so that's part of what we're pointing out in the existing conditions report. There's varying information, especially to the west of Foothill, where you have large undeveloped properties. And the data isn't consistent between what is in the city mapping GIS layer and what the district has. And we used a couple really important examples there that show existing footprint of buildings. And on one mapping source, we've got a drainage on one side of the house. And on the other mapping source, we've got a drainage on the other side of the house. So the point there really is to point out those discrepancies and the importance of verifying. If there's an applicant who wants to do something on their property, it's just really crucial that we know accurately where that stream is.
So I guess my question is, this issue was raised. Does the ordinance address it? And how does it address it? Because I don't think it was captured in any of the 5 areas that we were asked to look at. And I want to make sure that it is addressed.
Right. Yeah, that's part of the verification process. It's currently not addressed in the current in the existing ordinance, but it's something that is on our radar screen and will be considered as part of the language for the updated ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Suma, questions?
I just have one left, and I was wondering if there is any data available on the use of species of channelized creeks. In other words, are channelized creeks important?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. The challenge there is their primary function when for flood control purposes. That's why and how they got channelized over the past decades. So the big limitation there is anything that could impede or slow down storm flows, because then you get those flows backing up and flooding the adjacent properties. So the idea of establishing woody riparian vegetation in those channelized reaches is unrealistic without a more exhaustive effort that includes widening that channel, obviously doing the analysis to support it, but widening the channel and securing currently private property to accomplish that over large parts of the city.
Thank you. And how about along the creek in the riparian corridor? It seems to me like those places, not the creek necessarily, although I do see a lot of channelized creeks providing habitat, especially for birds, and or at least they're using it. It may not be living there. But how important is the top of the creek bed riparian area for native species?
Yeah, to your point, even those channelized reaches, a lot of them have emergent vegetation, maybe a little bit cattail or watercress, other things that are important, and they are used for movement by mammals and by lots of birds and foraging for birds. It really, the importance of the top of bank and beyond, or even the banks themselves, really depends on and varies throughout the city. A lot of those channelized reaches have flood control maintenance roads right along the top of bank, and they really limit what can be done and frankly the habitat value beyond the top of bank. But there's some locations where you may have improved access on one side, but the other side is still natural or semi-natural or has remnant woody vegetation at the top. And in those instances, that is important, part of an existing habitat condition that we will want to capture and retain as part of any future modification.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, I see no other clarifying questions, so we'll move to public comment. Ms. Dow, how many comment cards have we received?
For this item, I have 1 in person and 2 on Zoom.
Okay,
So first in person is from Shani Kleinhaus.
Thank you, Chair Cheng and Commissioners. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm on the PRC, but I do not speak for the PRC at all. I'm really glad to see this moving forward. I worked on the policies still when it was the Citizen Advisory Committee for the comprehensive plan. And so finally, seeing it moving forward is great. A few comments to some of the things, and maybe I'll tell you a little story first. A few years ago, the director of planning in the city of San Jose threw their Envision 2030 threw it to me and said, here is the book of conflicts. I think I've seen that so many times since, and I think here there are some of those coming through. You want to provide a good policy for the creeks. You also need to consider a lot of the people who live next to the creeks and so on. So I would say always use the widest riparian corridors or setbacks that you can. And I inherited from Trish Malvi boxes of materials from that collaborative that she participated in, Valley Water. And it's full of compromises. They have so many compromises. At the end, they came to something that was definitely not optimal. So I just wanted to say that 3 setbacks are important. The other thing I wanted to mention about the riparian vegetation and the creeks that are channelized or not. We tend to look at riparian vegetation and we look at the most developed canopy that we can, but there is value to those ephemeral ecosystems that come and go, especially in creeks. There's all kinds of creatures that depend on that water that is there and then isn't, and is not very permanent. There are a lot of species that are ephemeral and disappeared because of that, because humans don't like ephemeral things and changing things. We like to see things pretty stable. But I'm not suggesting that, every urbanized concrete creek should be preserved or restored. But I think we need to look at the banks as an opportunity for native plants, even if they're not riparian plants. Because the water is not too far for the trees to get to. You can actually plant things that are more water thirsty than you would in other places. And you could consider native plants and trees and shrubs that would provide the connectivity, which, by the way, is in the Parks and Rec Master Plan, if you want to look at that one, and see that the creeks are planned as pollinator corridors and so on, and bird habitat. Thank you.
Next is Winter Dellenbach.
Again. So I feel really strongly about this. So I live near Matadero Creek, and I was really extremely involved when the VA once again had a toxic spill in our creek. The hazmat fire department people said it was the largest toxic spill in 20 years in Palo Alto. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. So Matadero Creek, all through my neighborhood and west, and forms one long border of Bull Park, is a wild creek, and it's year-round creek. It only dries up just before it gets to El Camino, and then as soon as it rains, it's a raging creek, and I mean really raging. I watch our teenagers take kayaks and inner tubes and jump in when that river is moving. They'll go as far up into west of Bull Park and then ride it down. And I don't recommend that, but The point is this is a serious creek. It's a wild creek and it supports a lot of biodiversity. There needs to be as wide a setback possible, applying to as many types of residences and other properties as possible. I don't care whether it's multifamily. I don't care whether it's single family. We support so much biodiversity by this ecosystem of riparian corridors. It's not just the water, it's the area around a creek. And if we're serious about our 2030 climate goals and sustainability goals, which this city is committed to, we have to be protecting our creeks. I can go extremely often up to Bowl Park, up the creek, and I've seen 24 ducks all at the same time, mallard ducks there. There's often ducks, egrets. We had 2 adorable muskrats, nesting birds in the spring all over the place. It supports a huge amount of wildlife and birds, and has fish. It even has fish in the creek. And this for me is about protecting the creek. It is not about, oh, we wouldn't want to do anything that could possibly infringe upon developers. And yes, with riparian friendly plants, you bet, to support this ecosystem. When Creekside, their present plan is to build 10 feet in places from the creek, and they straddle the creek with over 400 dwellings or hotel rooms. That's the plan right now, Matadero Creek. This is just infeasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda Ruthruff.
Yes.
Hi, Linda.
Hi. I'm Linda Ruthruff. I'm on the board of the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society. Our riparian corridors are the last refuge for many of our plants, animals, birds, and pollinators. They need to be protected. They need to be protected from heavy metal and fertilizer runoff, from encroachments and channelizing, from encampments, and from invasive species. Riparian vegetation is important along the entire corridor. Seeds travel. Vegetation along the concretized part of the stream should not be vegetation that could invade the natural vegetation further down the creek. So it's not just important to specify riparian plants along the natural areas. It's also important along the concretized areas. I think that minimal variations should be allowed. Once one project is given a pass, future developers will expect their own variations. I think that you need to make strong regulations. The streams also need to be protected from light spillage. Light at night impacts the development of plants and the insects that use them, putting them out of sync with each other and causing a loss of pollination or loss of the insects developing. And insects, water, and vegetation are really the building blocks, the basis of the entire ecosystem. I urge you to create as large a setback as could feasibly be possible. There's so much that can happen when the banks are not stabilized, when there's not enough room for the plants, for the roots, and protection from people overusing the area. So I would really urge you to create large protection zones along the entire creek. It's kind of like a railroad. You can't have things go through the railroad if some of the tracks are missing. You can't just say, well, further down, it's fine. So you need to have the whole stream be in good condition so that it can support the wildlife it's intended to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's it for public comments. Let's move on and bring it back to the commission. So my understanding is that staff would like us to opine on 5 different topics. So my plan is to just address them one by one. Unless,
First question.
Okay, Commissioner Rechtel has a question, but does anybody object to that process? Okay, we're going to do that. Go ahead, Commissioner Rechtel.
Okay. I want to talk about the setback and what does that preclude? For example, could you have a fence in that setback? And if so, then you're interfering with wildlife using that riparian corridor.
So one thing we've been looking at are standards for what are known as wildlife fences. So that would be something that we would include in the ordinance. So if a fence is allowed within that setback, generally you don't want them higher than about 40 inches, and you also want to leave space below that's somewhere 12 inches or 16 inches, something like that. And then the materials are also important in terms of animals being able to see the fence. So that's certainly a consideration that we want to address in the ordinance.
Okay, but in the setback then, so you could have a fence, but it'd have to be wildlife friendly. You can't have any buildings. Can you have temporary buildings, sheds and stuff like that? Or do you have to keep this clear?
So some of that are questions that we're asking the commission, but generally, as you've characterized it, is an approach, and it's probably fairly consistent with the current ordinance in terms of particularly how it regulates the slope stability area. So it's probably fences of a certain standard, maybe small buildings. That's an open question. Things that would not be allowed necessarily. So currently the ordinance doesn't allow decks or swimming pools or parking lots. There's some other things, loading docks, things like that. So right now that's just defined to that 20-foot slope stability area. I think what we're looking at here is to expand those, create a true setback to either anywhere from 40 feet to 150 feet, depending on the type of creek. So it would really not allow a lot of things other than those kinds of minor improvements.
Like pavers and patios and stuff would not be allowed?
If they were permeable, so that there would need to be some provisions for if paving were to be allowed, you'd want it to be permeable so that it's not interfering. But you generally don't want large expanses of paved areas. You don't want ornamental landscaping that's not consistent with riparian vegetation. So these are things we haven't necessarily brought for questions this evening, because I think we felt those were a little more straightforward. The things that we brought are the ones that we kind of got stumped as staff as to which way do we go. But this is certainly not all encompassing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Could you throw up the slide for the first area, which is the applicability / types of development? Okay, so Mr. Gardner already went through what the staff recommendation is. Here's our opportunity to discuss and comment on this item. And I guess I didn't have any time set aside for overall comments. So perhaps if you want to do your overall comments now too, if anybody has any. I'm going to start because I don't see any lights yet. So I just wanted to thank the team for putting together such a comprehensive report. I'm really excited to see this come forward because we've run into multiple projects where we kind of wish that our ordinance made it easier for us to make certain decisions. And I think this will help greatly. And so my thought is that I would support staff's recommendation here. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I broadly put, I think we should do as much as we can do that's reasonable for property owners to protect our creeks. So I don't want to see too many deviations or variances, but obviously we have to have a variance process of some kind for people who have an unusual situation. So that's kind of my general thing, is that we should do the most we can do without overly restricting people's property rights. So I definitely want to see a much larger setback in the sensitive areas that you mentioned. And for the general areas, I still think for natural creeks, we absolutely have to give them the same setbacks that we have up in the hills and stuff in the open space areas. It wouldn't make sense for new development. It would not make sense for me to do less than that. We had a speaker talk about the importance of Matadero Creek, and it is a really extremely vital aspect of that neighborhood, that they have this big creek that's all natural running through it. So I think that any natural creek should be protected to the utmost, regardless of where it is in the city. And I just have I have a lot of questions about channelized creeks, because I see so much wildlife using them. And I know we can't alter them in any way to risk flooding for people, but I think it's something to consider as we move forward, and allow small exceptions, you know, or a variance process for a very unusual situation. And I would prefer it be a public hearing. I wasn't sure when staff answered that question, if you meant it could be at the director's level, or that, I forget who answered it, or that it, if they want the variance, they have to have a public hearing process.
So it's usually at the director's level. So director approval or decision by the director. But if if it is requested to have heard at the public hearing, it'll come to the PTC.
So meaning if the applicant requests it?
That's, it's, so, yeah, anyone can request it. It's just that applicant can do it, and also staff can suggest it. Or if anybody actually brings up, like city council or PTC is concerned with certain projects, that can be also done, or any other public.
Yeah, members of the public can request a hearing, because we publish those notices and decisions. And so somebody can request, and they have in the past requested hearings, and that's when it comes before the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman.
So I'll start with overall comments. So there's a particular kind of conversation we'd be having on this topic if Palo Alto was this new city we were planning, with various water courses running through it, and we're trying to plan how to, sensitively build our city to respect the natural environment. But our city's kind of different than that scenario, because it's built. There are very few vacant, never developed parcels between 101 and Foothill. In fact, we could probably, staff could probably count how many there are that have never been developed and are creekside or on a side of some kind of lake or pond. There aren't very many. And so I think, and so what we're really talking about here is an existing environment, and whether this ordinance is going to try to recapture land that's already been put to some use other than protecting the riparian corridor, which might occur upon a redevelopment of that property. Because if that's where we're going, I see some, significant problems to that. And I think you're going to discourage redevelopment if I own something on a house on Edgewood, and I learn that when I want to add a bedroom, or maybe the trigger is substantial remodel. When I do that, I'm actually going to have to pull my fence in 30 feet and get rid of my backyard. And if I do that, but my neighbors don't, then we don't really have this railroad that one of our public speakers spoke about, where there's a corridor. We have more like jack-o'-lantern teeth, where fences start to come in over the decades as people are, redevelop and are required to do that. So I'm really concerned as we move through this about those kinds of unintended consequences. So I think one of the slides showed this is coming back in September. And one of the things I think would be useful to us when this comes back is to help us understand the real impact on the ability to use property, to, think of 4 or 5 typical scenarios and give us some examples of how the draft ordinance that comes to us, would impact that. Is somebody going to have to pull their fence back 30 feet or not? And here's why. Because I'm really concerned about the practical effects of it. I have done a fair amount of work on these kinds of issues with a variety of clients. And in these preliminary comments, the other comment I would make is having to do with riparian revegetation. Is not a simple or inexpensive requirement typically. You have to hire professionals to design it, then you have to pay for it. And again, this is where it would be a condition of approval of a city project, whether it's my new home or it could be an office building, whatever is by the creek. And those requirements typically come with long-term monitoring requirements where there has to be an annual inspection, and to the extent the plants died, they have to be replanted, and that can be repeated for 3 or 5 years. Sometimes there's a bond required. It can be something significant. So when we get to talking about, I think, stream conditions, I think that's where this riparian stuff comes in. I think we need to be mindful of that, and be mindful that I believe 75% of the land mass of Palo Alto, if I remember those statistics right, is single family homes. And so unless we carve them out of the applicability of this, and I'm not suggesting we do or don't at this point, then that's where most of this burden is going to fall. And I think we really need to be thinking about all of our homeowners in Palo Alto and make sure we don't create a trap for them.
Additional comments? So I was thinking that we would discuss each of these and then make a motion on each of them. Oh, that's right. It's a study session.
Yeah, right.
I was told by staff, I'm now forgetting. I was told by staff that it would help if we could get some sort of like straw poll type.
It could be helpful, but I'll say, just given the lateness, just hearing the comments would be helpful. So that it gives us a chance to, consider those as we refine the ordinance. I think.
Okay.
I want to emphasize streamlining.
Yes, great.
Our review at this moment.
I don't see other. Oh, here we go. We're falling asleep here. That's why there are no lights. Like it's crickets here. Commissioner Aiken, and then Commissioner Liu.
Yeah, I won't try and make comments about everything in general, but instead we'll pass through each of the topics that you want to focus on. I think the staff recommendation for applicability is the correct one. I don't see either applying these regulations universally or strictly to multifamily and commercial development as being viable. There's just too much area that's affected by single family development. So we need to treat it in some way. And the suggestion of applying it, but with some exceptions is the right approach.
Commissioner Liu?
I agree that we should be sensitive to single family and just the volume of single family and the potential scope for exceptions there. But I think this would be more principled if we looked at the ultimate impact to the creek and worked backwards from there. So I think there could be cases where it would make sense to treat multifamily or commercial uses, give them kind of consistent exceptions. Like if the exception is that it's a one-story structure with limited light or limited I don't know, volume of habitable space or something, give that similar exception to, say, commercial space that might be along the Fry site or might be along El Camino. That seems more principled, more aligned with the environmental outcomes we actually want, and could actually be better because I could imagine cases where, like, I don't know, some retail or commercial space actually has less impact, less light at night, less noise at other times and things like that. So I would support some exceptions, but I would want to be more consistent about multifamily and commercial and not necessarily carve out single family.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, so looking at the slide, I agree that we really do have to have single family. I don't want this to be onerous, but I think if we don't do it, we're not doing anything east of Foothill. I don't quite understand the difference between the staff recommendation and alternative one. Alternative A, alternative A has no restrictions or no exceptions. Staff recommendation does, but I'd like to better understand what those exceptions were and why those are chosen. So my preference would be some combination of either alternative A or staff recommendation. But I also am worried that if this does get onerous on single family houses, people will be upset and then we may not get anything. So we have to also be realistic about the impact of this has on people.
Okay, last chance because we're moving on to the second bucket. Oh, one last one from Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, thanks. So I didn't talk about the section one. So and it's kind of tricky because these are really interconnected. So in section one, staff recommendation is include residential except for sort of a subcategory of single family. But when we get to item 2, staff is recommending exempting certain R1, R2, and RMD. So the comments really have to be taken as a whole, even though we're breaking them down maybe into 5 discrete discussions. Because I am supportive of staff's recommendation in 1 because we're going to have a discussion of the exemptions in 2.
Okay, great. No more lights. So let's flip on to the next slide, please. All right, so this is discussion about exemptions. And so clearly, I think Commissioner Heckman might already have some thoughts on that. Everybody else, please light it up for your thoughts. Okay, nobody's saying anything, so I will. Again, I support the staff recommendation here. It makes sense to have an exception for channelized and urban streams because I don't think that the value that we would get, there's not much value there in terms of ecological value. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Others? Commissioner Liu, then Heckman.
I agree with Commissioner Chang. I'd echo my point about some multifamily or commercial potentially being appropriate too, but that's all.
Commissioner Heckman?
So on this one, I think, again, well, the example I'm thinking of is San Francisco Creek, where which would not be exempt in the staff recommendation. And so, but would be exempt in staff alternative A. And so again, my concern here is if I own one of those properties and I go to do a substantial rebuild of my house, what happens to me, right? If I'm not exempt, does that mean I'm going to lose X feet of my backyard where I can no longer have a security fence, right? I can have, and I'm familiar with wildlife friendly fences, right? You can step through them. They're meant to allow animals to pass through, and humans can too. So there's no security back there. You got to pull that security fence into whatever the setback is, 150 feet, which of course is in the middle of Edgewood, or actually cross the street at that point. Which we'll get to in the deviations process. That's why, again, I'm wanting to support the staff recommendation, but I'm concerned about what happens to people on those natural creeks if they're not part of the exemption.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. So I generally think I agree with staff recommendation, and I have a question to ask about that too. When we have a natural creek, sorry, I keep saying naturalized because of channelized. How do you really know where does the property go to the middle of the waterway, the property line, or does it actually end on the bank? And I think this question has come up before. I don't know, my colleagues remember this with regards to something in Barron Park. But I mean, the creek bed, the top of the creek can change because of erosion, and it can change dramatically in one season when there's a lot of water and a lot of debris. So is it measured to the middle of the creek?
So I think current staff recommendation is to use the top of the bank. That's the starting point, and then measure the setback.
I know that's for our setbacks, but where is the actual property? Where does the county consider the property to end?
So the natural creeks, it may be part of the property, like within the part of the property lines. I know that I can confirm that for channelized ones, we do have easement with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, so that distinction is more clear. But for naturalized, it depends on, I think, the location of the creek, because it keeps changing. Most likely, I'm going to ask Jim to confirm if he knows and supplement. Most likely it's within the private property.
Okay, couldn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
For natural creeks, it's most likely it's part of a private property. There's no clear distinction like the channelized creeks because of the easement with the Valley Water District.
Okay, so it's not to the center of the waterway at any given time, or I just think it's interesting where the property lines are with regards to this question of naturalized creeks.
Right. So this is Jim. I just wanted to weigh in on the property line question. It really varies. There's some places where by deed it's to the center line of creek. There are other places where the property owner can own both sides or extend only to top a bank. So there's variation there. There's not one size fits all in this, and it's part of the challenge with looking at appropriate setbacks and the data that we have, which typically is assumed to be centerline for the protected creek maps.
Okay, thank you for that. That's kind of what I thought the answer was going to be. But I'm generally supportive of the staff recommendation here.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I want to follow up with Commissioner Heckman's question about fences. What typically happens? Have other people done this, other jurisdictions done this, and people have been replacing their security fences with wildlife fences and then have no other fence? Or do they do what Commissioner Heckman said is back it off and still have a security fence? And then
So a couple aspects. First, I want to clarify the staff recommendation for the San Francisco Creek within the urbanized areas, which would be east of Foothill Expressway. That would be a 40-foot setback, not 150. So the 150 is really for the hill area.
Yeah.
And I think you could, that is a fair question in terms of what kinds of fences would be appropriate. The wildlife fence would speak to the hilly areas where there is, more open space, and maybe that's not as appropriate for an urban area. But I think you would, even in the areas where you do have the wildlife fences, you may have a security fence closer to the house. I mean, there you've got larger lots, so presumably having the security fence closer to the house, you wouldn't be as onerous. But in here, I do think that's a good suggestion to look at a few case studies and see how these would play out in projects. And, for example, a house on Edgewood and with that 40-foot setback and what you could do within that and how that might impact what could go on that lot.
Yeah, I live near Adobe Creek and everyone has the solid wood fences up against the creek. And I suspect they would not be happy with a wildlife fence. But yet, if you don't put a wildlife fence in, then why are you having the setback? Because if you have this big fence and then there's a setback on the other side of the fence, why do we have anything? I mean, part of it, I guess, is to prevent erosion. But is that accomplished with 20 feet? Is 20 feet enough for bank stability?
I mean, that's the current standard, and we wouldn't recommend anything less than that. But yeah, if generally the more distance available for a setback, the better for the creek. I think with channelized creeks, you can question, that's a different animal. So the bank stability or integrity of a concrete channelized creek is a different discussion than trying to maintain the habitat and the quality of a earth and natural creek.
So big picture, why would we want a setback at all in the urban environments here? Yeah, I guess one thing is the riparian corridor and having animals walk, and the other is bank stability. Are there other things to concern about?
I think that's what the basis of this recommendation is that to focus on the natural creeks and not focus on the channelized ones. And, part of it's where you're going to do the most, where has the most value for these efforts. And as Jim has also mentioned in the meeting, that there's a little less gain to be had in the channelized areas. So the recommendation would be to exempt those, but then focus on the natural creeks.
Okay. But then again, if people can't put a fence there, I'm torn about the best way to do this, because if we...
Can I weigh in a little bit? This is Jim again.
Yeah, please.
So the setback is, and I understand the concern about fencing, and the existing ordinance has a 5-foot setback from top of bank. But the setback is really to recognize and capture not just the fence, but where existing and proposed structures are, and the relationship of possible future improvements to not only the top of bank, but to where particularly you have remnant woody riparian vegetation. That can be on the stream bank, or that can actually extend beyond the top of bank into what would otherwise be assumed potential development area of the property. So it's important as part of a review for a site-specific application to understand where the top of bank is, what are the existing conditions, where are the footprint of existing buildings, where are the footprint of existing fencing, and where are the limits of woody riparian vegetation, where's the canopy, where are the tree trunks that we're trying to protect, as part of any future modification or improvement on that lot. Those are important factors that have to be plotted out and considered as part of review in making sure that the high quality habitat along a naturalized channel, a creek, is protected, not just within the top of banks, but where it extends beyond the top of bank as part of that setback consideration.
Yeah, my question was, if you have a solid fence at top of bank or near top of bank, why do you care at all about what's behind that fence? But I guess trees would be one reason you'd want to protect those trees and have a setback to prevent those trees from being developed.
Being removed.
Yeah.
And I think we understand the point about the fencing and existing conditions and the question about habitat value and securing private property, especially in the areas east of 101. So that's information we'll flush out and hopefully come up with something that is reasonable and maybe is a sub item in the setback standards that are identified, separate from a structure or proposed modification or remodel or expansion of a building footprint.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I think the staff recommendation is the best of the approaches that's described here, so I support that. I want to get back to the question that I asked during the clarifying questions, which was how many properties are actually affected. Now, I used to live across the street from San Francisco Creek, so the area near where I lived, there were no residences on the creek side of Palo Alto Avenue. So I'm curious as to how many properties along San Francisco might actually be affected by these new regulations. So I would request that when the ordinance comes before us, that you have a sense of which areas are most affected, so that we can judge what the political fallout might be. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other lights, so I think let's move on to setback distances. Great. Would anybody like to speak? I think I'm going to go first because nobody else. I'm going to move this along. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation here as well. I think it's particularly important to treat the areas that are east of, so I'll make it, it's late, that are west of Foothill and east of 101 differently, because those are the areas where there's kind of the most wildlife habitat already. And so, yep, supportive. Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Suba.
So I don't have really an issue with the 150-foot setback for properties west of Foothill, east of 101. That's halfway between San Jose's 100 and I think Fremont Hills 200. But in the remaining area of the city, I guess my question is, what is it about Palo Alto streams that require greater protection than all of these other cities are imposing on their streams, which we've seen are more routinely, 20, 25 feet, 30 feet. Why is it that we think it's 40 is the right number? And so in that area, I actually prefer alternative A inside that corridor of 101 to Foothill to give us more flexibility. And again, this goes back to sort of who does this apply to? If it's 40 feet, so I think what we're talking about there is it's 40 feet from top of bank, not 40 feet from so it's really 20 feet more than the already existing slope stability protection area, right? So, okay, again, I mean, I just think, practically about this house I have on Edgewood, which I don't, but if I did, those lots are typically 100 to 120 feet. I don't know if they go, actually, a lot of properties do go to the center line of the creek, but a lot don't. So right now, and I've got a 25-foot front yard setback, so I can't even start my house until, 25 feet back. And then right now, if my house goes back to call it 60 feet from the front, and it's only 100 feet deep, well, my patio is now in the 40-foot setback. And so when I go to rebuild my house, do I have to lose my patio and essentially have to plant native plants in my backyard and not use it, or no hardscape, no impervious surfaces. So I think by following alternative A inside this corridor, we greatly reduce the risk of that kind of inequitable result.
So I understand Commissioner Heckman's concerns there, and my comments are based on sort of the understanding that everything that's currently built is grandfathered in, and it's not about clawing back more, but rather preventing more. Preventing closer development so it's not about increasing the unbuilt area, but preventing more built area. Other comments? Okay, we've got Commissioner Reckdahl and then Lou.
Yeah. My gut wants me to go with the staff recommendation. My brain is a little worried about what Commissioner Heckman is saying. So I would say staff recommendation, but really scrub and say how onerous this is going to be.
Commissioners, Lou?
Yeah, like others have said, I am comfortable with much larger setbacks along the foothills and baylands. Realizing that some properties will need some deviations potentially. I am unsure about the exact numbers and the kind of principled basis for 40 feet, kind of along the lines of previous comments. I realize I don't totally understand alternative A though, on maintaining the 20-foot slope stability protection area, but allowing greater flexibility within the rest of the setback. So is that saying that there's a 20-foot slope stability protection area and also other TBD 40-foot or other kind of TBD setbacks that would work differently from what we've discussed earlier?
That is what it's suggesting. So, for example, if in alternative A, you'd still say nothing can go in the 20 feet, but for example, as the comments we've discussed tonight, maybe you say a security fence is allowed within that 40 feet. You still have to stay clear of the 20. So I think it opens it to be, a little more flexibility in that additional 20 feet that's, between 20 and 40. It's trying to address some of those concerns.
Okay, just wanted to confirm we were still anchoring on 40 there, or if it was like a kind of TBD thing. So yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Suma?
Thank you. Just clarification, is number 3 here setback distances, is that all creeks, channelized and natural?
So in this case, it is a bit of a mix and match. So, I think if you put the different recommendations together, it would be, the way I would read this would be 40 feet for the natural creeks. Channelized, if we go back to the, prior recommendation, those would not be included. That's kind of putting the pieces together.
Okay, it's just a little confusing.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Pardon me?
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Good clarification.
So, yeah, I think that So it's kind of confusing also because we used to have this slope stability protection area, which was 20 feet. And then we had this other stream side review area, I guess it's called, which was 50, and this is 40. So I'm wondering how, if we would consider it a reduction. But I definitely, like I said before, I feel differently about natural creeks and channelized creeks. And they just have very different characteristics. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to the next, which is stream conditions. So this is the riparian vegetation component. Commissioner Rectal, then Suma, then Heckman.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I'm just a layman, right? My gut says is that the natural creeks are far more important than the channelized creeks, but maybe I'm wrong. But my impression is that we should be really concentrated on the natural creeks.
Commissioner Suma.
That's generally consistent with what I think and what I've stated before, generally. So, and the culverts, I don't really see the point of it requiring repair and plantings above them.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, so I'm going to actually ask some questions so I can understand it. So what is staff's intent when they say require riparian vegetation to be maintained? So again, Keith's old house, fence, well, that was a channelized thing, so that's not a good example, right? But there are houses along Edgewood right now that have a fence pretty close to top of bank. So are we talking about whatever vegetation currently exists between the edge of their fence and the top of bank, they are now responsible to maintain? Or is the intent of what staff is talking about here is, and this ties to the other question about if the recommendation on number two, the exemption is exempting existing development. Well, if I go to tear down my house on Edgewood and build a new one, is that exempt or not? Is that still existing development? What if I want to build it right in the footprint of the old one? Or what's the staff's intent there? And that relates to the vegetation. Am I gonna, again, have to remove my fence and now plant native plants for the first 40 feet from top of bank? So I'd like a little bit better understanding of how staff was thinking this would actually work in an example like that.
So I think the staff recommendation is that if there's existing riparian vegetation, that should continue to be maintained. So if you're tearing down the existing house and redeveloping the property, there'll be a survey done typically as part of any redevelopment that'll show the location of existing riparian vegetation in terms of tree trunks and tree canopy and such. So the expectation would be that that would be maintained in the redevelopment. It's not wanting to take away any of that existing vegetation. It's not necessarily saying you need to then plant more. It's just saying don't do further harm by, if you've got some good existing established riparian vegetation, to leave it alone in the redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And so with that clarification, I'm supportive of the staff recommendation.
Okay. I don't see any other lights. So perhaps we can cover the last one, which is about deviations. Again, I will go first. Here, I'm hoping that we can keep things as similar to the process for the rest of the city as possible. I think it'd be really confusing if there was something different for streams. So I think the staff recommendation makes sense. We just have to make sure that we don't create an ordinance that requires tons and tons and tons of exceptions. Go ahead, Commissioner Rechdel, then Heckman.
Me too.
Commissioner Heckman.
Oh, thank you. So I guess I like the way that staff's recommendation is phrased here. I was concerned, though, earlier when there was a lot of talk about the variance process, because to me, variance is it's a state law creature. Very specific findings need to be made, and those findings are designed so they can almost never be made. And so I think that would be a potential disaster if that was the relief valve we had for somebody who couldn't build on their property because of the setback. And now I'm thinking of a situation with a 150-foot setback up in the hills, but between the other setbacks that are required on the property and the slope issues, you might not I might have 10 acres, but no buildable site. And so we need to have a workable relief valve for that. And we'll cite as the example, San Jose. While the table showed San Jose has 100-foot setback, that setback almost never applies in the urbanized areas. I have been involved in at least 4 occasions where what we had to do was work with the city to get an appropriate setback for our urbanized setting that was it's an exemption built into the riparian stream corridor policy of the city of San Jose. And so that process works. It's a little cumbersome, so maybe a little more expensive for a property owner than they'd like, but it works. And there's some biology involved, and so it's a good compromise. And so that's what I think we need here. And to me, the staff recommendation describes that, as long as we're not talking about a variance.
Okay, so I think that covers the 5 topic areas. I don't see any other lights here. Hopefully staff got some useful information. And then that brings us to the final 2 action items now, called 4A and 4B. And given that we are now 2 hours behind schedule, I have a process suggestion to make, which is to hear the staff presentation and then take public comments on each of the items. And then we will continue the rest to another date, but maybe staff has some advice as to what date. So we would continue it to a date certain the next meeting. I think that would be the plan. Obviously, we'd have to make a motion once we get there. I'm getting nods all around. Nobody's disagreeing.
I'm just wondering with I think we have at least 1, maybe 2 people here tonight who might want to speak, but they also might want to wait. And so I want to give them the option to do either one, is what I'm saying. If they want to speak tonight, that's great. But if you would rather wait and so that we hear right before our discussion, that's okay too. That's my only caveat.
Say that, yes.
I was only going to say we could. I'm not sure if this supports what was just said or not, but we could just decide to continue the whole thing to the next meeting as well. And
I don't think we want to continue the whole thing because we have some really dedicated people who are sitting here the whole time.
Yep.
And I want to make sure that we get their comments.
And I think their comments and our comments may move what happens in the next month. So the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly do the staff presentation for the first one, which is going to be dark skies, and then we'll take public comment on that. And then we'll do the staff presentation for the second and take public comment. And I guess I have a question for Director Late. Is there an option, because the concern is that we may have lost some people who wanted to comment, is there an option to allow I don't want to hear the same comments again next week, but is there an option to pick up any comments that we lost?
So that would be your prerogative as chair to open up for additional public comment when the item comes back. If you have another presentation, if you're continuing the item, and I'll ask Mr. Yang to weigh in if I'm getting this wrong. If you're going to continue the public meeting and leave it open, then you can receive additional comments. But after you've heard the presentation, received the public comments, you would be presumably closing the public period and then continuing the matter for council or for commission deliberation. I still think you reserve the right to open it up, but Mr. Yang, do you want to?
Yeah, so it's really up to you, Chair. You can certainly say we'll have limited public comment at the continued hearing for anyone who didn't speak tonight.
I think that will be my plan, which is to have limited public comment for anybody who didn't speak tonight for the next when we continue this. Okay.
Okay, so my name is Kelly Cha. I'm going to have a very brief presentations, and then next time when we're actually, when commission is deliberating on this item, I'll bring back so that it can help and facilitate the discussion. So this is a council priority item for 2024, and it has been for, I believe, a couple of years before that. And the intent is to be consistent with dark sky principle to the extent possible. So the draft ordinance, which is attachment A of the report, will be replacing the existing lighting section in the code. And these are the main sections of the ordinance. Applicability basically allows new construction, any substantial remodel, and to apply to be consistent with the new standards, as well as when anybody is introducing new or try to replace the existing outdoor lighting. And to be consistent with the dark sky principles, we're requiring completely shielded lighting with some exception. And staff is recommending 3,000 Kelvin limits after deliberating with some other internal departments. And we're retaining foot candle measurements for ease of enforcement. And for lighting control, that's more like a curfew. We're asking for 10 p.m. extinguishment. This is consistent with other land use requirement as well. And after 10 p.m., motion sensor activation would be required. And we have several special purpose lighting, including security in outdoor recreational facilities, which will be modified a little bit, and service station as well as string lighting. And for the this particular ones, we have had some internal discussions with other city departments, and they were a little bit concerned with new standards, how it's going to impact their operations and facilities. So we have introduced a new language here, basically allowing exceptions, but they still would have to comply with the standards to the extent feasible. And last month, staff took this item to ARB, and they have provided some feedback, and that's why you see the substantial remodel in the applicability section. And we have added a little bit of additional language for the curfew, so that even though the applicability only applies to new construction, substantial remodel, and when you have new outdoor lighting or replacing existing, the curfew would be also applied to existing homes. So existing lighting. So for single family homes who has outdoor lighting, we'll ask them to actually turn it off at 10 p.m. And there's some minor modifications included. According to the ARB recommendation, that's some street numbers that cannot be completely shielded. So that concludes the presentation, and this is the recommendation. Staff recommendation. Staff recommend the recommend the City Council adopt. Actually, recommend PTC to forward a recommendation to adopt the draft ordinance, and we're currently tentatively scheduled for September hearing with the City Council for adoption.
Okay, quick question. Does that get pushed back because we're having to continue?
Yes, that might happen.
Okay. No choice. Thank you for the fastest, speediest staff presentation ever. we're not gonna do clarifying questions. Let's just take the public comment. So What do we have, Ms. Dow?
I have one group and then two individual speakers. So first is Dashiell Leeds, speaking on behalf of Diane McCoy, Linda Ruthruff, Lynn Heidemann, and Laura M.
Okay, so just a reminder to the public that if you haven't raised your hand 5 minutes after the staff presentation, that we won't hear you tonight, but you are welcome to come to our next meeting and we will hear you then. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Really close to the mic so we can hear you. No, I'm not sure.
How about now? Okay, great.
Perfect.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Thanks. Hello, Chair Chang and Commissioners. My name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'm here with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, here to talk to you about some proposed recommended improvements that we have for the dark sky ordinance. Just like to start by thank you to staff who've worked so hard on this ordinance, Kelly and others, and thank you to Veronica for helping us coordinate the PowerPoint presentation today. Let's go to the next slide. So first, we just want to talk a little briefly about bifurcating the bird safe process from the dark sky process. We think that significant work is needed on the bird safe design ordinance and that the dark sky ordinance is, excuse me, a little closer to an adoption ready state. So we hope that you move forward with the dark sky ordinance tonight to recommend that for city council adoption with some motions that we have on the handout here. Next slide, please. So we do have 5 points that we're going to be asking for in the motion, adding the mention of the night sky to the purpose statement of the ordinance, reducing the upper Kelvin limit to 2,700 Kelvin from the existing 3,000 Kelvin, clarifying that there should be no light fixtures or light trespass within riparian corridor setbacks, reducing the maximum allowable light trespass from 0.5 foot candles to 0.1 foot candle, and adding requirements for existing fixtures to conform to lighting standards if feasible, and allowing a grace period of 5 years for non-conforming lighting that cannot immediately or easily be changed. On some of these slides, there's going to be a lot of text, so I'll just refer back to the handout and we'll just breeze through some of the slides. Let's go next, please. So first, adding the night sky to the purpose. We think this is really important. You can see here, you can see the stars in the night sky and the Milky Way. And go to the next slide. And here's an example of a light polluted sky over San Jose. We can't see any skies. We can't see the Milky Way. And the astronomers are sad. Next slide, please. So I'll just sort of breeze through this one. Cupertino, Portola Valley, and Brisbane all have mention of the night sky in their purpose. So we should do the same. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about Kelvin here, reducing the upper limit to 2,700 versus 3,000 Kelvin. So it's hard to see the X and Y axis on the graph here from this perspective, but the X axis is the wavelength, blue versus red wavelengths of light, and the y-axis is the relative intensity of those wavelengths. Blue light is more damaging to our biology, which I'll discuss in a little bit. But comparing 2,700 versus 3,000 Kelvin, you can see on the left-hand side that blue spike is much, much higher on the 3,000 Kelvin slide. It's almost twice as much relative intensity of blue light compared to 2,700 Kelvin. And that's going to be important for reasons that I'll discuss on the next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about Dark Sky International's State of the Science 2024 report. This is like a mega conglomeration of all these different studies relative to lighting. I want to discuss some of these quotes here. So scientists have observed harms at all levels, from individual plants and animals all the way up to entire populations, and all living things react to light. Next slide, please. If you want to read these quotes a little bit more in the future, they are printed on your handout as well. So impacts on humans. So artificial light at night, sometimes abbreviated as ALAN, seems to have effects on the entire life cycle from childhood to adolescence to old age. But in particular, these effects seem to result from short wavelength or blue light. So again, that spike that we saw for the 3000 Kelvin being much higher is that kind of blue light that's going to exacerbate these impacts. And it says at the end, the significance of these effects depend on the intensity of the light, the proportion of blue light, and the timing and duration of exposure. So how blue a light is very important. Next slide, please. So artificial light at night can affect us in a lot of different ways. I'm just going to name a couple. It can delay or prevent recovery from stroke. It can harden our arteries. It can encourage the spread of communicable diseases. Unfortunately, mosquitoes that carry these sorts of diseases are more active in light polluted areas. It just is really unfortunate how that works out. So artificial light at night can actually create conditions for new and devastating diseases like COVID-19. Next slide, please. It's a couple excerpts from some studies. I just want to highlight one study in Spain. They used images from the International Space Station, including data of remotely sensed upward light intensity and blue light spectrum information from each geocoded residence of each subject. And they were looking at prostate and breast cancer. And they concluded that both prostate and breast cancer were associated with high estimated exposure to outdoor artificial light at night in the blue enriched light spectrum. So the more outdoor blue light we have, the more risk we have for all sorts of things, including breast cancer and prostate cancer. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about what we know about lighting and safety. And the science on this is really mixed. Many of the studies that are done are inconclusive. Some indicate a slight correlation between lighting and safety, and some actually indicate that less artificial light leads to more safety. The science is not clear at all on this. The results are all over the place. And in the absence of clear data, many elected officials have just opted to overlighting, often more than the community needs. Let's go for the next slide. So our recommendation is let's go with the science, let's go with the data, and let's set a limit of 2,700 Kelvin. We know that blue light can negatively impact residents, wildlife, and ecosystems, and we don't have a scientifically demonstrable or replicable connection between lighting level, color temperature, and crime or public safety. So let's just go with the science on this one. And then next slide. So light fixture availability, when LEDs first came out, they were often really blue. It was really hard to find redder bulbs. And yeah, there was just a lot of light pollution because of their efficiency. But 2,700 Kelvin fixtures are far more widely available these days. It's not so much of an issue. So next slide, please. So the next thing we're asking for is that just to clarify that there should be no light fixtures or light trespass within riparian corridors. This would be language that we recommend adding on to the existing stream section listed there. We can go to the next slide on that. I think due to the impacts of birds or the impacts of light on birds and wildlife and riparian habitat, that this is hopefully obvious to include. And yeah, so our next thing that we're asking for is reducing the maximum allowable light trespass from 0.5 foot candles to 0.1 foot candles. So just for reference here, the light of the full moon is 0.01 foot candles. So even at 0.1, we're already talking about 10 times the light of the full moon. And at 0.5, we're looking at 50 times the light of the full moon. I just want to talk a little bit about some of the other jurisdictions that have this. So Malibu, for residential properties and other sensitive areas, they use 0.1. And for all other areas, they use 0.5, which is still half of the current draft. Brisbane actually does not allow any light trespass at all, which is awesome. If you want to do that, that's great. But we are just asking for 0.1. And then San Bernardino County, they have 0.1 for their mountain and desert regions and 0.5 for their valley areas. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read out all the text on these slides. This is more for if we want to go back and look at this later. But we are asking for provisions to be included that would cover existing non-conforming lighting. As currently written, lighting that is not replaced will just remain non-conforming unless there's a major remodel or that fixture itself is actually replaced. So this can lead to a lot of unnecessary light pollution. A lot of fixtures can be adjusted, they can be angled. So in situations where this is really easily done and the fixture is easily modified to conform, we ask that the compliance be brought in within a short time frame. And then for other lighting fixtures that may be more difficult, there's a grace period. So there are different grace periods for different jurisdictions. We're asking for 5 years, but as you can see on the slide, there's examples from Brisbane, and you can go to the next slide. There should be an example from our model lighting ordinance, and then afterwards, an example from Malibu. So you can actually go to the next slide after that. And we can just skip through Malibu as well. We can go back and look at that if you want. We have written a example sample of this language into the handout that you have, but for a motion today, you could just recommend that council consider including a provision rather than hashing out all of the language here. And then, a lot of the information I've talked about is on the handout and then on the slides here. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I think you meant to have 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Next is Shani Kleinhaus.
I'll save this for next time, and I will speak to the bird safety later today.
And next is Ronnie Fisher.
Hello, I'm a member of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society's Environmental Commission. I'm a resident of Sunnyvale, so what am I doing here? I'm here to give you an example of what happens when the ordinance does not, the light ordinance does not include existing buildings. I live near the railroad tracks in Sunnyvale, right where the residential ends and the office parks begin. And 2 or 3 years ago, I had a building, Fortnite security, and it shone these very bright lights up into the air simply to illuminate the building. And even though it was over a quarter mile away from me, I could make puppet shadows on the walls. And this was the living room. I had blackout shades in the bedroom. Now, I could have put blackout shades in the living room too, but it just angers me that what are they doing to the environment, So I encourage you to include existing buildings in your ordinance. And as Dash said, it need not be to change the fixtures. I tried to get the city to do something and they couldn't because they didn't have the ordinance. I wrote an op-ed, which with Shani's help in the Merc, and they changed the angle of the light. So that's my story. And just a little tie on the security. I live in an HOA complex and they put in very, very bright lights, probably 5,000 Kelvin in the parking ports. And we still have had a year ago, someone with a gun stealing a car and pointing it at people inside the building. So it doesn't work. The bright lights don't always deter crime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for dark skies.
Fantastic. Okay, so
back to Bert.
I think we need to make a motion to continue this. We're not closing public. Somebody help me make a motion. I think Commissioner Heckman.
Sure, I'll try. I move that the PTC continue action items 4A and 4B to.
Oh, no, I think we're just going to do 4A right now. We're still going to take the comments for 4B.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Then I didn't realize that. So 4A to our August 28th meeting, allowing limited public testimony on item 4A at that meeting by members of the public who may wish to speak and did not speak tonight.
Second. Discussion? All right, Ms. Dow, could you please take the vote?
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Recto.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Great. Could we have the staff presentation for the next item, which is on bird safe design?
Hello again. Before the presentation, I just wanted to inform the Planning and Transportation Commission that we have ARB Chair Rosenberg online to actually, she's here to help facilitate the discussion, but just I guess we're continuing. So we'll ask her to attend the next meeting as well. So this is also this comes from the same council priority as the dark sky ordinance, but it also has its implementation action of one of the comprehensive plan policy that encourages bird-friendly design and asking for developing guidelines. So there's no actually existing section on design bird-friendly design standards. So we're introducing a new section to the code. The applicability was one of the main discussion item for ARB, and we have ended up with all new construction and substantial remodel in the bird sensitive area, and also new or replacement windows or bird hazard installations that are unbroken and 24 square feet. They would have to comply with the new standards, new bird friendly design standards. And we are allowing some exemptions that's listed here. We're allowing, we have 3 options, so they would have to choose one to comply. One of them is the glazing and fenestration. So this is what we're asking for. So 2 inches apart, at least a 1/4 inch wide. And if they're using lines, it's still 2 inch apart, and the line width should be greater than 1/8 inch. And we're also requesting, another option is to have some exterior features that's shown here. These are some of the examples, and I'm just gonna go back. And another option is to use the threat factor. It's a reflectance level of the materials used for buildings, and the threat factor information is readily available from the American Bird Conservancy website. And another requirement is that bird safe treatment to be located and installed no less than 90% in between the 0 and 40 feet of the building, and anything above 40 feet, we're asking 60% of the surface to be treated. And this is consistent with CalGreen program. Just gonna go back. So as I mentioned, the ARB discussion actually focused on applicability and exemption. And so we added a substantial remodel to the applicability like lighting. And we have also added the size-based requirement for the bird-friendly design ordinance, which is the 24-inch unbroken windows. So the staff recommendation is recommend the PTC to recommend the City Council to adopt the new ordinance language. And again, this will have to be moved, but initially it was supposed to go to the City Council in September.
Thank you. Ms. Dow, what public comments do we have for this?
I have 1 group and 3 individual. I think first would be Dashulids again.
They're online.
Hello, Chair Chang and Commissioners. Hi again, Dasha Leeds from the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I want to talk a little bit about bird-friendly design. Particularly, I think the first part of the presentation here is fine. If you want to go to the next slide. So first, we have plenty of birds here in Palo Alto, and fortunately, birds have been shown to be linked to higher happiness levels. So not only do birds themselves benefit from this, but we benefit because the birds benefit. You can go to the next slide. And that's a study from the World Economic Forum, by the way. So I want to talk about some hazardous features. So first is highly reflective glass and how it functions. So for highly reflective glass, birds unfortunately don't know that glass is there. So if they can see habitat reflected in that glass, it provides an incentive for them to try to get to it, and they'll fly right into it. So you can see on basically all three of these photographs, you can see pretty clear outlines of nearby habitat in these reflections. You can go to the next slide, please. The next is see-through glass buildings. So much like highly reflective glass, with see-through glass, birds can see habitat through the glass and try to get to it and smash into windows. So not only is this building see-through, but it's also reflective. So kind of a double whammy there. You can go to the next slide. And here's another example of see-through glass buildings. I believe this project went to the ARB and there were some mitigations proposed, but they, to my knowledge, were not specific enough to, what was that? Oh, okay. So I got my buildings mixed up then. But yeah, this is another example of see-through glass features. As you can see, you can actually see the blue sky through the entire building itself. Next slide, please. And here are some more examples of see-through glass buildings. One of these, the top right photo, actually you can see habitat that is inside the building, so a special bird trap there. But there are also some architectural features like the glass corner on the bottom left. This is an especially dangerous one for birds. And then on the bottom right, another especially dangerous hazardous feature, which is parallel panes of glass, just creating that extra visibility for birds to just try and fly through that. Next slide, please. But it's not only buildings, it's also auxiliary structures. On the top left photo, you can see that they actually have had issues with bird strikes, and they've tried to put some stickers on there to try and mitigate that. There are other kinds of glass fencing, as you can see on the top right, where you can also see the habitat through the glass. On the bottom left, you have a bus stop, and you can pretty much see entirely through that. It almost doesn't even look like glass is there. And then on the bottom right, you can see another glass fence creating another glass corner. Next slide, please. And I think this is actually the end of my comment, I think, where I hand it off. But yeah, part of our solutions is to avoid these collision hazards and to identify such collision hazards to avoid them entirely. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, next is Shani. Shani Kleinhaus speaking as a group on behalf of Linda, Diane, Julie, and Lynn.
Thank you. Shani Kleinhaus again. And the first thing we try to do to avoid with bird collisions is not to even have them, right? So if you can avoid them by designing a building that doesn't have any hazardous or really extensive, really reflective, all these types of buildings that kill birds, then that's the best solution. It doesn't necessarily cost more. It doesn't depend on location. It's relatively easy. I wanted to say one other thing as I move into more details here. Like Dasha Leeds said earlier, the dark sky ordinance is getting to where you can make some recommendations, include our recommendations, but it can move forward. We felt that this one is not even close, needs a lot of work. So I'll go through some of these issues. I did not go through every one of them in the emails and the presentations, but the first thing is that we think that we would like this ordinance to move forward. And we felt that it really is important to address the natural areas on 101 and the baylands and the hillsides, and the natural creeks, which continues to go back to the first discussion here today, but that for most of the city, we don't need to consider the city, certain areas, more bird sensitive areas than others. If I look at my house, I have more birds around my house than any of the other homes around, but mine would not fall in a bird safety area, and the ones in front of me and behind me would. So I think we need to really look at the city a little differently in terms of the area between 101 and Foothills Expressway, with the exception of natural creeks that need special treatment. The next thing in the next slide, I don't even know where I am. Like, go 2 slides ahead. Sorry. So yeah, where does the ordinance apply includes the dimensions of how much glass and combines 2 different things. One is the bird hazards like reflective glass or transparent glass or see-through situations and a whole bunch of other things with the size of 24 square feet. But they come from different directions, and marrying them together I don't think works. And I've been working on bird safe design for a long time for a lot of companies around here as well. So I think that needs to be reconsidered. And it's also, we have to consider not only, and I don't know how you do that, that's your expertise, but some auxiliary structures like that bus station that Dash showed. Next slide. The requirement of 40 feet for the more substantial retrofit. I'm not sure why 40. Most of the other cities around us require 60 because that's where the trees canopy is. And for Palo Alto, we're the big tree, or the tall tree. We need to do it the minimum that is 60 feet like Mountain View and Cupertino and even San Jose, and not necessarily 40, which is not usual here. The American Bird Conservancy says 100 feet. New York City requires 75. The next slide. So we wrote some recommendations. You can look at them more because you'll have to discuss it again. But we're looking at no less than 90% of building elevations up to 60 feet. And then if you have a green roof, that resets things. So we need to think about green roofs. The numbers I wrote here on the slide come from San Jose. They're not necessarily the best. It's just one example I could find. And then the remainder of the structure, staff recommended 60% of the remaining of the structure above the 40, or what I would say 60 feet. What I see, Cupertino only has 5%. Other cities don't require any. So we need to figure it out. And I don't know for sure. But definitely we don't want to allow any hazardous situation to occur in the area that is not included. So if you say you have to do 90 feet, 90% of the facade, let's say, and then they put a really mirror-like structure with 10% left, then that's where the birds are going to die. And you'll see examples later of that. The next slide, I think. So the same that I would consider for the general requirements should really apply to all development in the bird safety areas, which, as I said, could be shrunk, but also for all commercial and mixed use. That's what is required in some of the other cities, whereas residential is separated. And I would recommend that at least for those type of structures, for mixed use and for commercial, it would apply citywide. A lot of cities do that. In Mountain View, they required it for buildings that are larger than 10,000 square feet. So there's some flexibility that you can consider here, but it definitely needs more thought to be invested here. And so for housing that is outside of bird safety areas, it needs more investigation and thought, because you don't want to make it onerous on the homeowners that are in those areas, but you also want to prevent the most egregious types of structure, like some of those that we've seen in those slides. So how do we get there? Still need some consideration. I don't know where I am on these slides. You can go to the next one. I think the definition of a bird, what is a bird hazard installation, goes to the heart of this, because not every piece of glass is a hazard, but the types of things that we've seen before are. So one thing that was not included is highly reflective glass, and I put 20% or more. Again, this comes from San Jose, and I'm not sure that that's the best description. It's very difficult to deal with reflectivity, but need to find out. And then in terms of I put a long description behind it, and again in there, and I hope that you take a look at it later and stuff, I'm sure will, but it needs to have to expand the examples, because people don't necessarily think about it themselves. So if you say this and this and this, not limited to, then they don't look at anything else. So we do need to be a little more comprehensive with that. And so I kind of merged part of what the staff offered with some of what Cupertino did. And I think that for developments, not every development, I think, requires objective standards. So you can be more flexible than the one that don't, and be more prescriptive for the types of development that does require objective standards. One of the things, for example, is if you have two parallel walls, how far can they be apart? New York uses 17 feet. That's what the staff used as well. San Jose requires 30 feet, which makes a lot more sense for this area. But even that may not be enough for some building additions that kind of building bridges. Like if you think about the Amazon building over in East Palo Alto, that bridge initially did not have retrofitting, and eventually they did something on the inside, but still they did something. About bird-friendly treatment, I have a couple of comments. One is that UV doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. In the tunnel tests that they do, the birds may see it, but in real life, they just don't. And you can assume that if you don't see it, the birds are not going to see it either. Not all birds can see UV, and they don't see it when it's dark or in the early morning and late evening, which is a time when they're active. The other thing is that the threat factor, and I'm way behind. Can I go to my last here? No, wait, no, goes back. One more. Yeah. See this building? This is a building that was proposed in San Jose. And I think some of you may be familiar with it. The Sierra Club sued over this one because it's right next to the Guadalupe River. And this building passed the test of the Section 3 in the threat factor. Even though it's right next to the Guadalupe River, they had some walls that didn't have any glass towards the city where it didn't look too good. And then they had some that was retrofitted near the creek, but they had some really serious bird death traps in that building. I don't think it will ever get built because of the changing situation with commercial real estate, but that's just my opinion. They might come back. They have all the permits to do it right now. They have the entitlements. So, yeah, I'm like, 1 second, I'm doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, next is Julian Wang.
Ms. Wong, make sure you move the microphone so that it's right next to your mouth so that we can hear you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Julian Wang.
Closer, please.
Okay. So my name is Julian Wang. I'm previous bird researcher and now a policy advocate assistant at Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. My presentation is titled "Are Visual Cues Effective?" So you can see in this slide, two windows. The left is from the Meta building in Menlo Park, and the right is from Sunnyvale City Hall. Both have bird-friendly fried patterns, lines and stars. Fried means ceramic patterns in the glass. So these are examples that have been proved to be quite effective for preventing bird strikes and are comfortable for building occupants. You can see that the pattern are hardly visible from inside. Next slide, please. This is an office building in Mountain View, built with transparent glass and some areas with free to make the glass visible to birds. The building is not in what we could consider a bird safety area. A study of bird collisions was performed here between 2020 and 2022 by H.T. Harvey. Next slide, please. You can see this shows the locations of bird collisions in red dots and dead birds on the ground in blue dots. The area in yellow is where the bird-friendly treatment was supplied. As you can see, there were almost no bird collisions here. We can also see that birds mostly collide at lower elevations, but they can also collide 4 slaughters up. The victims, including many species, including this yellow warbler, a species of special concerns. Next slide, please. So this is a study from Romania. They studied the bus stations with glass shelters and compared clean and dirty glass and glass with graffiti. They conclude that graffiti save birds. Next slide. Summary of the result: clean glass shelters cause more collision, and dusty shelter less, graffiti even less, and the shelters. So you can see that dirty glass really help. Next slide. This is a bus station. We showed this picture before. It's in Stanford Research Park. The design was required by the Palo Alto ARB. Last year, at Audubon's request, it was retrofit with bird treatment field by Stanford. Next slide. This slide shows 2 good examples of bus stations. You can see the beautiful patterns on the glass, and all those patterns really provide good visual cues to alert birds to the glass barrier. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then last is Ronnie Fisher.
Hi, Ronnie. Is there?
No? Oh. Okay, then no, that was our last speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I think we need another vote to continue this item to next week. Another motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to continue this item with speakers, additional speakers at the chair's discretion until our next meeting on August 28th. Is it for sure? Okay. Yep.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, Ms. Dow?
Vice Chair Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now I think we have a few more items left on our agenda. We have to approve some minutes. So the minutes that we need to approve, the first set are the draft summary minutes of January 31st, 2024. We're clearly pretty far behind.
Move approval as revised.
Second.
Ms. Dow, could you please call the vote? What?
You can just do a voice vote. All in
Okay.
favor?
Great. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
6-0.
Well, 6-0 for those, unanimously for those here. The next set of minutes are summary minutes of February 28th, 2024.
Move approval as revised.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Third set of minutes is for the draft summary minutes of May 8th, 2024.
Move approval as revised.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All
Aye.
opposed?
I'll abstain technically.
Okay, so the motion passes 5-0-1 with Commissioner Liu abstaining. All right, finally, we reached the last item, which is commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas. And I just want to say that this was Ms. French's last meeting with us as, oh, she's still here. Hello.
Wow, you're dedicated.
Yeah, seriously dedicated. So this is Ms. French's last ever PTC meeting, and because she is retiring after, I believe, 27 years of service with Palo Alto. And she unfortunately couldn't be here today because she is ill with COVID, but she stuck around to the bitter end. And so it's just you can see just in this her dedication to Palo Alto and to serving the PTC. And we as the PTC want to thank her for her many, many, many years of service, for all of the knowledge that she brought us, all of the coaching that she provided all of us, all of the institutional memory that she gave to us. And we have a card here and a gift here for you that we will make sure makes its way to you. I'm trying to hold it up. Can you see it? We're very small, I think, on your screen. But we've got something that Gloria purchased for you, and that all the commissioners, including Commissioner Templeton, who's not here tonight, contributed.
From a local shop.
From a local shop, because we wanted to support local retail.
But it wasn't a sleep pod shop.
Okay, would anybody else like to say something? Because I think this is pretty momentous.
Thank you, Amy. I hope you're feeling better soon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
I made up a longer speech. So I've known Ms. French for much longer than I've been on the PTC, thanks to this really challenging project we worked on a long time ago. I was so impressed with her knowledge, her integrity, her patience, and her sense of humor that joining the PTC was more interesting just because she was serving as liaison. Thank you not only for the immense body of work that you completed, but also for making all of us better commissioners. Have a fantastic retirement, and I'm looking to you to see how it really should be done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Commissioner Reckbell?
Yeah, I've only been on the commission now for 3 years, but I have enjoyed my interactions with you. If you don't know the question, you diligently get back to me. I appreciate that. You're just a joy to work with. I will miss you. Go out to Europe, have a good time, and don't think about PTC at all.
And don't let them drag you back here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Amy, so much for getting me up to speed, getting all of us up to speed, helping move us along, helping the city so much. I'm really grateful. Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, George.
Okay, so I think that's a wrap for tonight. Amy, have a great time in Ireland. We hope that you are recovered well and that you can enjoy that trip. And also, congratulations on your retirement. All right, with that, tonight's meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Amy.